Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you
sound sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Hello everyone, it is time to get right back into the action here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for day 2 of the European Conference. And man oh man, if you missed out on yesterday, you missed out on a lot of great games and great action coming up from all these teams, but today is going to be even more spicy. With that said, my name is Max, and I'm going to be one of your casters for today, and with the very bright and orange shirt from Imperium, he's back once again. How's it going, man? My eyes, they're burning.
It's a pink shirt. It's a pink shirt. What can I say?
That's
I
orange.
thought I'd... Okay, look.
Let's not get into this.
Just because I'm ginger, you're just going to presume that everything I wear is orange, right?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Maybe the ginger beard is like contrast. I don't know. It looks kind of orangey to me, at least. That's how it's going to go. But also, one thing that is not orange is Snapdragon Elite Gaming. That's a weird transition, but we're going to go with it. Thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, you do have all of these great tournaments. They've been like, what, 4 or 5 regions happening right now, and a way for all of these amazing teams to make it in the PMNC. And we still have 6 slots available today for all of these great teams to make it into PMNC Turkey and PMNC Western Europe. So that's thanks to the good old guys at Elite Gaming, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, should I say. But here we go, back onto the format Imperium, and as we said, all these different regions, all these teams, all these players that have a shot to make into the PMNC. And man, we're already halfway done here, and after today, only 6 will be going to the next stage.
Yeah, as you can see, we started with over 4,000 teams across the regions, and now we have 512 between Western Europe and Turkey, whittled down to what is now the top 16 teams. And like you mentioned, Max, 6 teams in total, 3 for both regions, will make it through to the PMNC 2022, where they'll have that shot, they'll have that golden chance to qualify for the PMPL. That's of course coming later on in the year. For now, they're going to have to get through these 5 games today and book their spot into the PMNC.
Yeah, that's exactly what these teams are going to be aiming for. Get himself a portion of those slots in for that PMNC, but also a portion of the total prize pool. That's going to be currently a main goal for a lot of these teams at the top. And once again, $8,000 for a 2-day tournament, Imperium. You don't see that every single day, but when it happens, you know that these teams are going to try their very best to make it happen and to get themselves a spot on the podium.
8,000 buckaroos for first place. You won't sniff at that. 4,000 for second, 3,000 for third. Jesus, that's like your prize money cut in half by just one spot. That is a little bit ruthless, but then again, that's the real aim of being the best, being number one in this kind of tournament, to grab yourself that real extra level of bonus money, as well as, of course, booking your spot in PMNC. So
yeah,
excited to see who's gonna grab that first, and it whittles down. You still grab yourself $1,100 even if you do finish down in towards the bottom.
Hey, look, if anyone complains in second place, like, oh, I would have liked more of that prize pool than first place, well, get good. You know, at the end of the day, that's the rule we're going to go with in esports. Just get good. But yeah, that's going to be a pretty big prize pool difference in those top positions. So you never know, it might be down to that 1 point difference to see how things are actually going to be going down. But we do have a few little replays and recaps of what happened yesterday, trying to see exactly what were happening in yesterday's games. And as we said many times, Imperium, right, yesterday the lobby truly impressed us in a way that we were really not expecting, and I'm hoping that we might be able to see improvements on that hopefully in day 2.
Especially considering we started the day with a military island finish, right? We couldn't have asked for a more brutal start to the tournament, and how teams dealt with it for the most part were pretty well. There's some disappointments, but when it came down to the final 5 to 6 teams, such as Emulate, Scream Squad, even within reason, the final player of VP Prodigy, they get themselves those much needed points to kickstart the run across the board. So yeah, that game 1 was brutality in the best possible way.
Yeah, I mean, it was very brutal, and I think a lot of these teams were able to actually learn a little bit. I think that the lobby improved significantly after, like, what, the first 3 games, I would say. Things started to be a little bit more even, and especially after the second Erangel, you were seeing the drop locations being a lot more set in stone when it comes to those drops. Might not be the case when you head into the second match of Miramar and also Sanok that's going to be happening today. Things might be still a little bit all over the place, but overall, the level of gameplay is way higher than we expected, and I can't wait to see what the new blood of these teams is going to be able to bring to the table in, like, you know, PMNC and also PMPL if they're able to make it that far.
This second game was really positive that came out from the likes of Strong Union. You can see Opflin was able to just clutch out in the right way. That little bit of going for the stem to bait his opponent, did bait him around the corner of the crate, knew exactly where he was, and then was able to push on top of that. And those little finite details, those little finite moments could be the reason why you do or don't make it into PMPL. So it was great to see that for Strong Union in game 2.
Yeah, I do think, though, at this level of play, we do expect a few mistakes to be happening from some of these teams, right? For a lot of these teams and players, this is their first time in competitive, but what makes true champions, true professional players in any esports, and in particular for PUBG Mobile esports, is your capability to take that feedback, take that criticism, and work with it, right? And if you're able to improve that way, I think that is the first good mark of a future champion in the BN. We'll have to see how that's going to be going so far, but Imperium, going to go right into the overall rankings to see how things are working out for a lot of these teams. And you said it many times yesterday, Imperium, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. The Scream Squad are going to be the bride of the overall rankings, which I would like to say is where it matters the most.
It certainly does. A great little cushion they have over second place, 9 points at the moment. Emulate are able to close out games. That's one thing they prove, Max. So I do worry about Screen Squad when push comes to shove, when the job needs to be done. Do they have the wherewithal to deal with that pressure in the right way and get the points needed to fire into second place? You can see it's very close in the middle of that first page. As we move on to the second page, it also extends quite close, where there's only 24 points dividing second place and 13th place, Max.
I'm Imperium. Are you the host now? Is that how it's going? I wanted to say stuff about the first page, but you transition without asking me? Well, no, it's cool. It's cool. You know what? I get it. But yeah, looking on the second page, this is where we need to see some drastic changes. Hopefully the teams aren't going to be feeling too bad after yesterday. At the end of the day, it's a 2-day event. It's 10 games total. 5 bad games happens to the best teams in the world out there to have one bad day, but it's all about how are you going to pick yourself back up. And I think that most of the teams here can make it happen. Big Baby, I'm looking at you. If I see anything significantly close to yesterday, it's not going to work out, mates. 3 points over the course of 5 games. That hurts big time, and I guess it must also hurt their morale. But you never know. A comeback is possible. You get yourself 3 chicken dinners in a row. You're on the first page. You're looking good.
It's 100% possible, Max, because when you take 2 teams that are in the bottom half of the standings, First Angel and Galaxy Conqueror, they got their best points, their best results in the final 2 games of the day. And that in turn shows that the lobby is adapting from game to game, so we do expect closer competition in today's games.
Yeah, but one team that has no close competition right now, it is the roster of Scream Squad. I've been looking absolutely fantastic throughout all of yesterday. And that logo, it actually just initiates fear in the opponent's eyes. It gets me all spooked up. I hate horror movies, and this is reminding me a little bit of why. But man, the entire roster is looking absolutely fantastic. All of the players have been able to pull their weight in these games, but if there's a few players that I would like to potentially bring out, right, it would be potentially Dreams and Foopsman. Not Oopsman, even though I do love that name, but Foopsman and Dreams have been looking amazing yesterday.
Dreams stood out the most in my eyes. I think he was the biggest playmaker and within reason carried the team on his back, but certainly when towards the end of the game, Foopsman, you're dead right, was able to find his own path and really kind of shine in his own areas. The team as a whole have been performing well.
Yeah, performing extremely well. But you know what? We're trying to speculate what's been happening in the minds of the players of Scream Squad. But you know what? There's one way to know exactly what's going on in their minds. It's to talk directly to one of the players. And actually, we're going to be joined by one player of Scream Squad. It is Luxus right here with us today. Luxus, sorry, it says Dreams right there. But Luxus, how you doing, man?
Well, hi, everyone. I'm fine. And
perfect. Okay, at least we can hear you compared to yesterday. That's great. Oh, sorry. Okay, seems like we have a little off delay, potentially. Okay, seems like we're just going to go with the first question, and that's fine. Just wanted to ask you, Luxus, right out of the gates, how are you and the team feeling about your results of yesterday? You guys currently in first place, like, you're doing great. Like, how's the vibe so far in the team?
All of our players are playing good, and we have a perfect captain, Foopsman, and he makes the game, and only thank him we can play our game and show how we can play this game.
You
And,
ended the day on... Sorry, you ended the day on 2 bad results. Has that affected the confidence of the team coming into today?
We are still very high motivated, and we are going to play our today's games much better than the last 2 games yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Always, if you can try and keep improving, that's great to hear. But I would like to know, because this is potentially one of the first times, you know, you're in a tournament like this, I would love to know, what is your goal that you have in mind for you and the squad, or off-screen squad here, to try and move forward? Is it like you want to make it to PMNC, maybe even look into making a PMPL? Like, what's your objective here?
Also, our goal is, of course, PMGC, but we need to do it in steps, so our next goal is, of course, PMNC, and we aren't going to stop on it.
Okay, great. Let's see. Hopefully you guys will be able to make it that far. Well, Imperium, you got another question. I was going to jump in. Go for it.
One more question. Will Screen Squad win a game today?
I hope so.
Hey, all we can have is hope, man. I want to give you a quick opportunity, though, Luxus, to maybe talk to the fans of Scream Squad that have been supporting you guys so far. So the floor is yours.
Guys, like you, I hope that we can make it.
Perfect. I'm sure that they're all going to be rooting for you and the team in the chat. Well, thank you very much, Luxus, once again for this interview, and best of luck going into today's games.
Thank you.
There you go. He's gone just like that. Poof in, poof out, just like Foopsman. Is looking amazing. But, you know what? A man of a few words, but the confidence is there. And maybe that chicken dinner we were asking for, Imperium. We would love to see it, but we'll have to see after these 5 games.
It is genuinely great to see these players stepping up, by the way, and taking on the time to speak to us and give us much better insight on how the team have performed and will perform, and kind of put themselves out there in that way. So thank you to, of course, Luxus and Emile, who have also been interviewed so far. It's great to talk to the players.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have another interview at the end of the day. We'll see how that's going to be going. But of course, if you do want to stay in touch with everything Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO related, you can join us on social media and even join the conversation with hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. We haven't had any tweets pop up yesterday, I believe. So if you want to stand out and be the only person in the world that has had their tweet put on this show, and we're going to read it live, feel free to go over there right now, hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series once again, and you can talk about Imperium's shirt. Yes. Have I done it?
I've used the hashtag. Have you used it?
I mean, it's not a question or topic that I'm bringing up, so I
have to practice what you preach, Max.
I have retweeted your tweet that had the hashtag, and technically, I know social media, and it's basically using a hashtag, and I'm promoting the hashtag. So yes, I have.
I don't think that's good enough.
I don't think I asked Imperium. Ray showed plus fell off. Okay, well that's going to be about okay, that's going to be about that one. But we do also have a quick interview video with Spox, one of our players in this tournament. We're going to have a little bit of insight as to how things went for the team before entering this event.
Hello everyone, my name is Gert Redenica, as I am known in PUBG in-game name as Spox. I am 18 years old. I am from Kosovo, Kamenica. I am the owner and the player at the same time of Silent Alliance. I've been playing competitive for 3 years, so it was difficult for me to be the owner and the player at the same time. I have some friends in real life that helped me to reach this PMCO finalist, and they were behind me after all this time. So I want to thank them all that they helped me. My origin in-game name Spox is maybe 10 years old. It came from Counter-Strike 1.6. And I played as a little boy Counter-Strike. So from Counter-Strike, I went to PUBG Mobile. So I went with the same name, Spox. So I wanted to write the history with a new game. So PUBG Mobile. Our performance in the tournament, I would describe like something like dream. So because we didn't give up. We went some games we had bad days, so we took top 13, top 15, but we believed in ourselves, so we didn't give up. So we believed in ourselves. We focused in the second day, so we gave 100%, and it was something wonderful. As I know my players, as I know my team, we can win. We didn't came here just for like holidays and just to come and just to play for chill like classics. So we came here to read something big and to go into another phase of after the PMCO, so to reach PMPL or PMNC or like that. So we want to win it and we will give 100% always. To be honest, I don't know very much other teams. I know just the Angry team. I know they're Albanians and that's why I know them. So I think they are good teams because they reached the PMCO finalists, because not just random teams came here. So every team worked hard and they reached the PMCO finalists, and I hope they do it very good in the last phase. So it's Gatka that we go always there, and it's Impala. So they are our favorite places, so we go there. And it's very good, so we can talk for loot, for cars, and that's why we go there. We can go rotate easily, and this is our why we go there. If I could have any imagined map, it would be my city, because I know this place very good. So and I would know how to rotate, how to do everything, and it would be good someone to know where are you from and who are you. So it would be my city to add in PUBG Mobile. If it would be any other map imagination. Maybe this team don't know, because when I started PUBG, I started to play with iPhone 6. And when I was playing from the classics, when I went to competitive, in the middle of the game crashed me out. So it quit me from the game because my phone was very hot. So it was like in fire, and it was so hard to play in iPhone 6. You know, the FPS is so low. But I dreamed a lot for this day, and I didn't give up. So then I bought the new phone, and this is maybe the best moment for me in PUBG Mobile. As I said before, I don't know very much teams in the PMCO final, so these are not very much known team before. As I say, just angry team like the PMCO before. And my favorite players are my players, so that's why I will support them always, and I will be behind them every time. So this is my favorite team and my favorite players as well. Falenderoj krejt ata që më kanë mbështet gjatë kësaj kohe që kam zgjedh këtë rrugtim të PUBG Mobile. Edhe falenderoj kiç shqipet që më kanë mbështet edhe krejt që shnin tem, duke fillu prej litarëve që kam lyp klasik deri në orët e vona të mëngjesit. Vizardin, Phoenixin, shumë shok tjerë që kena lujt jena knaq edhe dhe kena mri me lujt PUBG kompetitiv që me përkra dhe me prezentu Kosovën edhe shtetin tem dhe qytetin tem. Dhe më thonë jetën kohë që me prezentu si litar që më njojnë krejt, jetën reale. Dhe më thonë i falenderoj krejt ata që më kam mbështet edhe një mesazh që mos mu dërzu kur, që që thash marrit prej iPhone 6 kur kam fillu, mos mu dërzu kur edhe me ndërru diçka dhe me bo diçka që dëni, shumë.
Well, if anyone knew exactly what he was saying at the end there, please tell us in the comments. Maybe he was talking smack about Imperium's shirt, which I probably think that's exactly what he was saying. But we're back once again ready for our first game.
Bro.
I'm sorry, I got it. Hey, very rarely are you dressed in something this flashy, so I feel like I got to use this opportunity to bully you back. Otherwise, I got to get away from getting bullied like I do with Jason and Kalaris. You know, now you're the one that's suffering. That's going to be about it. But Imperium, but come on, you got hey, come on, it's fine. But yeah, today is going to be once again our last day before we know which are going to be our 6 teams moving on to the next stage, and we're going to know the results of this right after these 5 games happening today. We're going to be checking the schedule once more. If you were here yesterday, copy, paste, and repeat. It's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. And man, we got some good consistency from some teams on Erangel. If they can repeat that today, like, you're really setting yourself up for success.
The highest performing team in Erangel per game from yesterday was Bax Esports. Surprisingly, they had an average of 14 points per game in Erangel, followed very, very closely by Screen Squad, our #1 team, and then VP Prodigy. Obviously, the 2 other maps, Miramar and Sanhok, is where Bax fell down by the wayside in a big way. It is something to note, though, with the 3 maps being Erangel, can they follow that consistency? At the moment, they're looking good in 6th place, but they aren't one of the European teams or Western European teams to book a spot in the PMNC at the moment, so they should be looking to rely on the Erangel map and get the points needed to jump into the top 3.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see which teams will be able to become the 3 best teams of their respective regions. But you know, if you do want to join up into the prediction game and join the polls over on the Twitch side of things, feel free to join the Twitch frogs over there in the chat. And you never know, if you have a good answer, you know, you can spam some Keck W's, you can spam some. Well, the new PogChamp emote is not that great, but you can use it too if you want. What's actually Imperium? What's your favorite Twitch emote?
The LOL.
LOL?
Favorite emote.
Come on, you know me. Come on, that's like the basic. I thought you had something a little bit original for me, but you know what, LOL, okay. Not even Omega LOL, like 5 head? No? Not that one?
No, I just prefer it. Or Bob Ross, of course. Classic
yes.
Bob Ross.
I'll take it. That's good.
I do love a good Bob Ross, without a shadow of a doubt. Who doesn't love Bob Ross, right? If you don't love Bob Ross, you really need to reevaluate your life. But anyway, I'm going way off subject at this stage. Way off subject.
Man, I feel bad for the people who were not even born when Bob Ross was doing his stuff, man. I mean, okay, your life is over. You didn't know the guy. He's not here anymore. Okay, fair enough. That would have been aggressive. But I can see right now on my screen we are slowly but surely getting ready for our first game of the day. But Imperium, I want to like jump onto predictions once again. Now, after what we saw yesterday, and potentially improvements at the end, or teams maybe slowing down at the end of day 1, is there any team that you would love to see more from in this second day of play?
Issue Athletics, probably.
Yeah.
Mainly because we hype them up within reason from a namesake standpoint, and I think following up on that, maybe just digging my heels in on that, is a bit of an easy answer to give. Other than that, I highlighted how there's only 24 points dividing 2nd and 13th.
Yeah. That
means that every team has performed a little bit of up and down, and that gives scope for all these teams to kind of step up today in that sense. So Dish Athletics would be probably the only team that I'm looking at more closely than others.
Okay. If I had to jump on one team in particular, I would go with Galaxy Conqueror. Reason why, they had that one really good game on Sanhok. They were very opportunistic, which I love to see from a team on Sanhok.
Yeah.
I would like to see that potentially being brought to Erangel in particular. And the reason why their position is so important is, as we said, 3 teams from Turkey will be making it into PMNC Turkey. In those rankings, they're currently in 4th position. Well, in overall rankings, they're 11th.
Yeah,
but if you only exclude all of the Western European teams, they are in 4th position, right behind No Value. And it's like, what, 4 points behind currently. If they bring, as I said, a lot of that Sanhok over to, you know, Miramar, and in particular Erangel, I think they are a team that can actually make it in their regional PMNC. So Galaxy Conqueror is going to be my focus here. I would love to see if they can actually get themselves a good old chicken dinner to start off day 2. And I think after that, your morale is going to be relatively high.
I don't disagree, and the fact that they ended yesterday with 2 decent results in the final 2 games, hopefully that will give them scope and motivation as we get into the very first game of the day. And we're over halfway through. This is the 6th game max. The playing path is pretty decent to the teams.
Pretty decent indeed. A lot of teams going to be pretty happy-chappy about that one, unless it's a very, very bad circle. And I like calling these. I love myself some bad circles. Not good for the players, but for the viewers and for us casters, Imperium. We love a little bit of madness happening over here. It's completely A-okay. But decent playing path. Team should be completely fine. As we said, we had already 3 Erangels yesterday, Imperium. Meaning these drops, these rotations should be as smooth as butter. which is weird because in my butter I have salt pieces, so it's not as smooth as you might expect.
What?
But that's what I do. It's very French. It's not smooth. It's a bit like
Look,
it's got some crunch to my
no
to my
comments.
butter.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I know.
That's weird. I'm just gonna change the subject because I do want to speak a little bit more deeply on what we did mention, which was teams in the regions and what position they're placed. Right? You mentioned Galaxy Conqueror being the 4th Turkish team at the moment. As of right now, the top 3 EU teams moving on to the EU West PMNC is Scream Squad, Emulate, and VP Prodigy. Also, coincidentally, the top 3 teams overall in the leaderboard. The top 3 Turkish teams are Strong Union, Rom Squad, and No Value. But those 3 teams are only divided by 4 points. So there's a big scope for those 3 teams to change spots, as well as, like you mentioned, Galaxy Conqueror, First Angel, Angry Team, and of course, even within reason, Digital Athletics to make it into the top 3 for the Turkish teams.
Yeah, I think one easy way to put this is that anyone has still a chance to make it in the top 3 of their respective region to qualify into PMNC. That's great, except for Big Baby. I don't know if I'm going to really count them in anymore. We'll see, of course, if they're going to be changing things up a little bit. But, man, back's not the best drop location, though. Seems like they tried to stretch their drop location a little bit, and they do have players of Angry Team right behind them. They pick up a car. They might be in a little bit of trouble, so just be careful about that. Otherwise, Phase 1 circle, relatively central over to the eastern side of the map, centered around, like, the northwestern side of Shelter. So, overall, a lot of opportunities for these teams to rotate. This Phase 1 circle, really not an issue with this playing path. Teams have already dealt with these rotations beforehand. Should be okay. And one thing in particular, Backs and Unique are normally relatively slow when it comes to rotations, right? Don't have to rotate early game, so I'm expecting maybe a little bit better from Unique also in this day.
Blackfire Beasts, I'd like to see them rotate earlier from this military island position. I know they would have been one of the later teams to drop and land in their looting spot because of that plane path going from north to south. But if they rotate earlier across that bridge on the eastern side, if they want to go on the eastern bridge, it will mean there's way less chance of them getting caught out because all of the teams from the west are going to, within reason, over the next 5 to 6 minutes, scale over towards that kind of Milta farm area of the map, and they could easily find themselves pinched if they leave it too late. If they don't want to go the Eastern Bridge route, then yeah, of course they can take their time, loot up, and then play on that Western Bridge in around kind of end of Phase 1, start of Phase 2.
Yeah, I would potentially even love to see some teams play right up north of where Backs currently are standing. That little mountaintop just right above one of the players there on the western side is really strong because it's a high ground position. You got a few rocks and trees that are playable if you want to make like a mini fort with vehicles, and it's surrounded by roads. So it's not the easiest one to breach, and it offers long distance visibility. It's almost dead center too on this Phase 1. So I would like to see some teams go there. Backs don't really seem too interested. I think they're committing to like, what is that, a 3-1 split currently? Maybe a 2-2 split. We'll see how they're going to change things up. But they want to occupy as much space in the middle of the map early on, which you know what? I don't hate. I'm completely okay with that. And they already shown us Imperium right yesterday that even if they play edge, they want to play aggressive. So, man, if they already center, I would love to know and to see how aggressive this team might be.
Rom Squad right now looting up in around Kamechki area. One pattern I've noticed is that they... It's interesting I'm saying this, but there's reasons why. They're playing too tight. They're playing too close together, especially in around kind of Phase 3, Phase 4. The reason why that's an issue is when you play too tight together, all players are getting the same amount of information, and that means you're not getting enough information. So when it comes to the next circle shift, you haven't proactively set up a space or an area that's cleaner, that's clearer, that you want to go. And for the most part, that means Rom Squad get pushed out, or they just get shut down as a full squad and making the space to take the fights and to get in towards the late game. They're clearly not doing bad. However, if they play just a little bit more spaced out in around the early to mid parts of the game, I think it will allow them to be more successful in the late stages.
It feels like when you were back at school and, you know, you're doing one of those group projects with 4 people and you have bad communication, and then at one point you have two guys who made the same part of the project, and they're like, "What? I made this," and it's like, "Well, I did it too." And you just waste too much time. That happened to me too many times because I was really bad at communication at school, like really bad. I would just do my own thing, and so yeah, I can scale.
Would you be the one that would do most of the work though?
Actually, that's a good thing. Oh, that's an important question, right? Because I would be the one who, depending on the project, I would do everything. Yeah, especially if it was.
I feel
English.
like you would be.
Yeah.
I feel like you would be.
How about you? Were you the one who would do nothing? The one that would show up last second for the presentation? The one who would try and work but wouldn't do anything? Or the one who would do all the work?
I would want to do a lot, but then I would put things on the long finger and leave everything till the last second, and then I'd either get it done badly or make excuses. So, yeah, I wasn't really the best in school, but I'd like to think in my time growing up over the last billion years, because I am that old, that I've learned a thing or two.
I don't think you had Wikipedia a billion years ago, so that must have been rough, man. Man, school life without Wikipedia, that's tough.
Excuse me, but you know the old stone scriptures from
carvings
from
in the walls?
Pyramid day? That was a Wikipedia of the day.
Man, hard to edit though, man. You can't really edit those pages too easily. Jeez. That's a bit of a tough one, but yeah, looking at these rotations from some of these teams, they're already very central for a lot of these squads. I think they already know a lot of these good central positions, and they offer a lot of good scouting opportunities, so they're just going to try and force send it early on. So I'm not really hating on it too much. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like that I don't like being centered in the circle on this kind of phase, because it's relatively low down, right? If you look at where Strong Union are, in theory, it's not a bad compound to be in, and they have a 2-2 split. However, those two players who are on the edge of shelter, that has a massive risk of at least one squad basically putting pressure, and the two other players who are down in this compound below can't really provide the same support. So I really don't like Strong Union being in the center, and never mind the fact phase 2 and phase 3, if that kind of shifts away and Strong Union need to move away, I feel like they're going to be more heavily pinched, and they're not really going to have much of an exit strategy.
I think it's more of a 2-2 split that's very reliant around your vehicle usage, and if you have them already, like, you know, planted in the right direction, if a team gets close again to it, instantly leave. It's not that big of a distance, so I think that if they react in time, I do not think it will be an issue for them, but of course it's about that reaction time. If you're a little bit too slow, a team will be able to punish that, especially when you have a lobby this stacked, shown yesterday that they are definitely not slow thinkers. Though Unique gonna be, I thought there was an enemy for a second. No, it's fine. RT just checking around, and I actually had the chance to talk with one of the players of Unique that messaged me, and they said, you know what, happy was day 1, but we want to make day 2 even better. And if they have a better day 2 for the side of Unique, there's a pretty big chance that they will be a part of the top 3 teams and will be able to make it into PMNC Western Europe. So yeah, Unique definitely have the intention here to push themselves even further on day 2.
Yeah, Artie said to me, Artie said to me that
sound like a pirate.
The team knows they can do better, and they will do better today. And shout out to him and the rest of the Unique team. I know they're working their butts off, and they have the capabilities of making it into the top 3 of the region, and arguably the top 3 of the overall standings. They just need to get the job done. Phase 2 did pop up, and it's centered quite nicely, Max. So Prison Hill and kind of Lumberyard could be positive areas to set up for a cleaner rotation on Phase 3. But as of right now, Strong Union need to be as strong, put their shoulders out, dig their heels in, and control their position.
Hey, really not bad there. Even though you have a 2-2 split here, you still have 2 players that are towards shelter that are also able to get involved in that fight because they have that good little high ground position to fight from. So able to get himself a little pressure. Now zoning teams away. Teams around them know there is a team right here. We should definitely not try and push this one. And look at that. Dreams, he's coming in. We talked about him on the pre-show. This guy was insane yesterday in Pyram, as you mentioned. And he's off to a good start here again. Already a knock onto a player. And I believe that one's going to be confirmed because the chances of a res coming on through seems pretty slim for the side of backs.
Flake's doing a good job. So is Kiss You 2K and Jewelry. Or it's just looking to help his team in all the right ways. And yeah, okay, I kind of questioned this 2-2 split. Gotta say they're doing a good job of holding on to it.
The
likes of backs, I think the likes of backs are maybe being a bit too presumptuous in their own rotation. At the end of the day, strong unit don't have control over that. All they can do is take advantage of other teams' mistakes. That's what they're doing right now. Emulate did hold on towards the south of Milta area, which I don't fully disagree with. But I do see a bit of a problem if they hang around to that area too long. Blackfire Beast waited them towards the tail end of Phase 1, start of Phase 2 to move over that eastern bridge, and they have finally crossed the path, crossed through the forbidden door into the mainland of Erangel.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to make their way inside, though. We are seeing back suffering some pretty big casualties. They're not quite full-on casualties, just a few knocks mainly coming on through, so there's still a chance for them to get themselves back up from their wounds, but it's not going to be an easy one. Though, Galaxy Conqueror also going for the slow rotation. Rom Squad also playing on northeastern edge. So a few teams decide to fully commit to the edge play, and I think then they see that a central position like this is very valuable. Potentially a lot of teams want to center up quickly, get those points of interest, start scouting on early on. And I think that's the reason why you've seen a few teams here deciding to play edge. So the shift is about to come up, and I think that this is really the circle shift Imperium, right? That's going to start setting the pace. Teams are going to have to move. Maybe a few breaches will happen depending on where the Phase 3 circle is going to go. So teams better prepare. A little bit of mayhem might be happening very soon.
Bit of a risky split from Unique. They're arguably playing a 1-1-1-1. And quite deep in towards the center of Phase 2. I think Artie is supporting Analysis and Kikara supporting a third player, Toffees, in a certain way. And you can see Toffees is moving close to Artie. But now as Phase 3 does shift down south, and Lumberyard Hill is probably the place to be. Kikara can send himself there. The rest of the team follow suit. And Unique can have a very, very strong position inside this Phase 3 circle.
Yeah, I would love to see where Emulate are actually going to decide to go, because currently they're still on the move in their car. I think is that like all the players in one car? That's a bit risky, but as long as you get to the destination, that's all that matters. It might have a little bit of a clash versus no value also. So just got to be aware and be very cautious and listen to your surrounding areas to make sure you don't get caught out, because I'm seeing a lot of teams instantly sending it exactly where Emulate currently stand. And I think a breach is maybe about to happen here, so that's going to be a little bit spooky, especially knowing no teams have been eliminated, so this is the worst time to get really eliminated out of the lobby.
Issue Athletics, I can see on our screens, are outside the circle of this Phase 3. They've got 2 vehicles on board, actually 3 vehicles on board, currently lying a total of 14th in the overall standings on 16 points. Can they find a bit of an entry point? Angry Team are looking to do the same against the side of Unique. Kalaji, I think he
that's a misclick.
It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us, mate.
It's a mistap, you know what? Happens to me all the time, but that's when you got to blame no, someone else. You got to blame, oh, my cat walked all over my keyboard. Not my keyboard, then my phone. Did they even do that? I don't think so. That's a weird way for a cat to act. But regardless, he is going to be instantly flushed away. And Unique, despite their split, right, their huge 1-1-1-1 split you mentioned earlier at Imperium, they were getting surrounded by all these teams, but that one little mistake, they're able to capitalize on it and able to get himself one elimination and maybe get a little bit more. But Endrit has the rock to play from, going to have himself a good angle to try and slow down the rotation from Unique. But it's not going to be easy. You know what? They got himself a few. That's an extra potential knuckles onto Analyst. Is not easy to hold on to.
Let's be honest though, Unique weren't really set up for this fight at all, right?
Oh, they weren't.
And the only reason why they've really got any kind of starting point in the engagement was the fact that Cloudy made a mistake. Panic shouldn't have looked to stop to go for the revive. That was his own mistake. But outside of that, you can see the split has hurt Unique in a way that they're in 1v1s. Luckily, Analysis is going to win his 1v1, takes out Sultan. So they do still have the majority of control, but certainly not a clean engagement from Unique.
Yeah, Kikaro does get taken out, though, unfortunately, in the process. I think something that could have been avoided if they did stick to maybe a 2-2 split or a 3-1 would have been a little bit more efficient. But you know what? At the end of the day, they still get himself a few eliminations for the count. VP Prodigy suffering a few casualties also versus Galaxy Conqueror, and they're going to be zooming all over the place. Corker's got a good high ground position. They're just surrounding Conqueror Galaxy currently. They just have very little escape routes available for them. And only one player not currently on VP Prodigy's side. Conquer Galaxy, this is not going to be an easy spot to escape from.
Conqueror not only rotating in late, but just kind of going in from the wrong pathline across the way. It's so difficult to enter from this direction. Corker's going to get knocked. The final player of Galaxy Conqueror is going to get the clutch and take down VP Prodigy.
Leon, what was that? He just clutched up versus VP Prodigy, picks up two of the best players in the lobby. What's going on here? Oh man, let's go. I haven't cursed a team yet, which is really surprising me. It's really cool to see Conquer Galaxy doing so well. And they're going to have to heal up from their wounds a tad, but there's another team coming around the corner. It's Black Sparks, and I'm not too hyped about this fight because Black Sparks still have a 4-man crew. They would be technically, I believe, a 4v3 if I'm not mistaken. So probably a fight they would like to avoid on the other side. Those circle shift once again, and Lumberyard is still in play. Backs are looking good, Emulates are looking good, and in particular we're seeing BFB looking fantastic on the northeastern edge of Milta. I think these teams could be potentially aiming for a win on the first game.
Yeah, I mentioned Lumberyard is the place to be, and Backs have taken control of it. Unique opted to stay on the edge of that Prison Hill, and they've, for the most part, won out their engagement. See a little bit of a defense coming through as Rom squad are trying to hold off this side of FA, but at the moment it's not looking the best of engagements to defend.
Yeah, Aki nade in hand, or that nade should be good. Even just to take up damage would be enough. A little bit too far, it seems. Fortunate for him. Gonna chuck a few more. I mean, he is the last player from his team of Rom squad, so he just wants to play the long game. He does not want to take this fight, and I think that is something the First Angel are aware of. They want to get the extra elimination. That would be their third in this game, potentially even fourth. There you go, they connect it, and that's Rom squad already out of the game. Imperium, a team that was potentially looking for a little bit of a higher rankings. They're still in second place when it comes to Turkish teams, but they wanted to aim potentially a little bit higher.
Yeah. And they can get there again, similar to Galaxy Conqueror. They ended yesterday with 2 strong results and hoping to ride the motivation, the confidence into today's games, and arguably they've done that so far. Playing on the northern side of the circle, it's relatively low ground, but they do have great scope of information up higher towards the hill of Prison, and we know how difficult it is to control Prison Hill, so I do wonder why so many teams have been looking to play in that direction and trying to control it, because there's so much that you can't do that other teams can punish you for.
I really love Emulate's position. Reason why it's very central when it comes to the circle. You're on a slope, so you can start scouting to the east, you can scout to the south, and you're not really involved in all that mayhem that's happening north, right? And you can just third-party the fights or just wait for the team to push to you, and then you get all the extra eliminations on top. So I think Emulate currently are playing on a really, really strong spot that could have rewarded them with eliminations, and you never know, maybe a chicken dinner. But Unique now really taking an uphill battle, literally and figuratively, because this is not going to be an easy one for them. Galaxy Conqueror, though, are going to be suffering some big casualties to the point where they get eliminated in 11th position. Still 3 eliminations on board, but able to go really the entire way, unfortunately. And now Digital Athletics, a team that you wanted to see better results from Imperium, are here and ready to take a fight versus Bax.
Lovely spread they have, but I would argue they need to focus on one fight at a time. It feels like they could put themselves in a position of taking multiple fights and really not getting the majority of most of them. Scarface going to take a couple of pre-fire shots towards the vehicle that one of the Unique players is in, and he's going to be able to survive. Bax is under pressure in their own right. Digital Athletics certainly looking a lot better today. A great spread towards the northwestern edge of the circle.
Going to be seeing how things are going to be panning out for some of these teams, but Backfire Beasts, so they want to get involved a little bit more in the southern edge. Going to take a little bit more free real estate under their control. I'm also seeing the side of Scream Squad, right? Foopsman, the IGL, as said earlier when that interview was Luxus, currently looking to scout forward, get some information, and once it's safe, once he's cleared out that position, going to allow the entirety of his squad to join up on his location. That's the way you want to see it going, but Sanford Clutch going to be relentless on that spray on Unique. Doesn't want to allow them to make it out from that position whatsoever. And I think that now with the circle moving against them, Unique fighting against the clock, and if they don't have a car, if they don't have utility to make that move, I think this might be the end of the game for them.
Yeah, I don't know why they just sent one player up towards the northern edge of the circle. That was a bit of a mistake in my eyes. You got to play as a full team, and from this point onwards in the match 5 circles in, it only becomes more difficult as Analysis is going to get knocked in sidelines, and now one player left from Unique.
Scarface really trying to get involved in most of these eliminations, really enjoying how he's been proactive moving around all this position on Lumberyard. Toff is just going to try and play the long game potentially. He's in circle, which is great, but one nade and he's out of the game. Also going to be losing the side of First Angel as they get swiped away in 10th position. Now down to single-digit teams. And Big Baby still aiming to increase their position in the rankings. They struggled yesterday, but it's not impossible for them to make a comeback happen. That nade, the idea's there. And it's an absolute flabbergasting nade. Connects right off the bat. A nasty elimination, and Unique are out of the game in 9th.
DishOutX played this game pretty good, taking advantage of other teams' mistakes as they hold on to that northwestern edge of the circle. Backs are now down to a solo. They've won out between both Unique and Backs being in a similar spot. Blackfire Beast looking very good in a strong spread on the southern edge of the circle. We haven't really talked about no value. They played quiet. They played smooth. They have a good position on the southwestern edge of the circle.
Yeah, I think their fight versus Blackfire Beast is going to be potentially their downfall or their initial success. And I think that's where the things are really going to start to speed up for a lot of these southern edge teams. They can just create more space in their favor after that fight that's going to be happening down south. Though the shift is going to be happening here, and it could end in Lumberyard itself, which I haven't seen a Lumberyard finish in ages. We'll have to see. Otherwise, it would be Blackfire Beast in a really good position if it does tend to center up. Where's it going to go? Right onto Blackfire Beast's position. Currently, Big Baby is already in that position. No value Imperium are going to have to go for the push very, very soon.
So good from Emulate, doing what they did similarly in towards the first game of yesterday's game. Not afraid to take shots, even though they're outside the circle. They get a knock into one of the DA players.
Let's get it. Going a little bit further, though. DA have to get involved. They're delaying the inevitable right now, and they're going to have to go for that push eventually. Tonoli in a really good position here for the side of Emulate, so going to have to try and speed it up eventually. I'm not sure who's going to be going for the push. SSQ also looking to take a little bit more free real estate on the eastern side of the circle. You know that breaching point is happening very soon, Imperium. In the few seconds, the circle's going to be closing up, and DA already in the car, looking to go for a breach, and I think that Emulate's position is where they're currently aiming for.
Certainly a pattern being laid out across these Orangle games on which teams really know the best about the map. Once again, Screen Squad into the top 6, and they're still up as a full squad.
Yeah, that's the thing. The numbers advantage can really pay dividends in the finish of this one. DA, the initial knock onto Lucifer, looking good. Now just the nades. This position is so easy to nade. One nade and you clear all of this position on the Harry Potter Tower. And you can start taking more control and take the high ground position advantage. Tonoli going to have to try and defend it was Ash. Ash a little bit further down way though, so not really a full-on assist. Nice defense on Tonoli. That's one with the barrel. You've got to defend your right side. You don't know where the enemies are coming in for DA. Oh, Peaky's taking another fight. The team push is just not there for DA, going in 1 by 1, and that's going to be an easy confirm for Tonoli. That's their 6th elimination so far.
I worried about that earlier on, right, when they were surrounded by 2 teams and with just 1 team in front of them. They're not really getting the mix on board. A strong defense from Tonoli individually as well as the whole of the Emulate team. It's just 1 player left, though, as I believe the side of Screen Squad came in from behind as they play into the northern edge of the circle.
This is so hard what the side of SSQ are doing, but Scream Squad are able to take visibility on the north, the east, and also down south. They are just so aware of what's happening in this circle. For that alone, they would deserve a chicken dinner, but they're going to have to be able to get themselves some good micro and take some good fights versus all these resting opposing teams. But now only Scarface remains, unfortunately, taking that fight 1 by 1 by 1 did not work out in their favor. And he's going to be trying to play the long game, and you never know. Maybe snatch away a chicken dinner at the very last second.
4 teams left. Emulate go down. Still a good finish in game 1 of today. It leans into what they've done so far.
True. Yeah, exactly. Emulate just needed a few points and they were going to be able to hold on to their podium position currently. That should be more than enough. Though Dreams, once again, their awareness, they know exactly what Senior is doing. If they get rid of him, they're going to be able to take so many more angles. But no, the shot in the back, absolutely horrendous, destroys the composition of Scream Squad. And only Gardes is going to be left alive, and he's getting pushed up by Blackfire. And that's it. The Beasts get themselves the extra elimination, and Scream Squad are out in 4th position.
Great play by Blackfire Beast. Waited for the time to strike like a venomous snake in the grass, and now no value. BFB and this side of DishOutX, the top 3 teams in this game.
Blackfire Beast, they knew that if they cleared out this position, that ridge line is so strong, Imperium. You have no one onto the east, you have no one down the south because you had Senior clearing that position for the longest time in that tower's position. And all you have to do is play the waiting game. You know the teams, they're not in the circle. All you have to do is wait. When they show up, you go for the spray, you get the elims, and you get the win. This is Blackfire Beast's game to lose, Imperium. If they lose this one, it will be one of the biggest upsets we've seen so far.
Scarface taking every single second he can get to wait to move into the circle. He's doing the best job, takes a couple of shots, gets a knock on the Panther.
Nicely done with the Groza. That's a great weapon to make it happen, but they want to eliminate that team, and that's exactly what they do. DA eliminated in third, and now it's down to 2 teams remaining. 2 players still up on the side of... Actually, no, Value still have 3 players. 2 players up for the side of Black 5 Beast. The nades are clean, the nades are close, but Senior is still up and kicking. And they got to go for the push, and there's those cars. That surprise factor is there. They get the nade down, and that's Senior able to get himself a great nade onto Extra Machine. Now you got to get the res. They already got the res on the other side. There's one time to go for the counter push. BFB, maybe it's now.
This is a very important game for BFB. They're currently the 4th European team.
Oh, those nades are clean, and Senior gets rid of all the opposing squad. No Value get eliminated, and Black 5 Beast Imperium play the ridgeline to perfection. And they gave themselves their 2nd chicken dinner in the tournament. The first team to get 2 chicken dinners, in fact. Looking absolutely fantastic on the first game.
Very good. It was majority kind of a quiet game from them, right? They only really kind of showed their faces in the last 5 to 7 minutes, but they're the most important minutes, right? They allowed other teams to take each other out. They allowed other teams to do most of the hard work, such as Screen Squad, right? And then Blackfire Beast swept in from that southeastern edge, finished off Screen Squad, finished off the Digital Athletics, and of course finally finished off No Value. As I was saying towards the very end, very important chicken dinner for them. They were coming into this game as the 4th best European team, so with this chicken dinner should jump them into 3rd, because Virtus Pro, they didn't have a good game.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a tough one for some of these teams, but definitely a really good one from Black 5 Beasts as they're able to claim themselves their 2nd chicken dinner in the tournament. Got a lot to talk about. We'll check it out right after this break.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Game 1 already in the books for Day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, and Black5 Beast able to secure their second chicken dinner so far in the tournament. And as we already said, Imperium, the first team able to do so, and we're going to be able to see if they can try and get himself maybe a third. Never know what's going to happen, but that control in the late game finish was absolutely mental. Can't wait to see which team can try and do the same.
Looking at the highlights, there was definitely a moment that No Value probably should have won the game. Yes, technically they would have been moving a little bit on that downhill in the open area. However, they got the opening knock, right? And they didn't push on that. They allowed the revive to come through, and Black5 Beast took full advantage of that.
Yeah, I think the main issue, Rise, if you stay idle in a position like that where you know a team has a ridge line position that they're going to play from, they're not going to peek that heavily, right, from their location. It's not the easiest position to nade, and you're in a dip. Literally, you're just asking to get naded, and I think that their only option for a good finish there to try and secure the win was to push exactly when you said, when they had the initial knock, and to then try and use that man advantage that they had initially. They had a 3v2 advantage. They make use of it, and Black5 Beast was just able to play that ridge line to perfection and get himself their second win of the tournament. Though, a lot of intriguing things, and as you said, Imperium, unfortunately, it is still not time for the Scream Squad chicken dinner. It's going to happen maybe, but he's still got himself a juicy amount of points, as you can see in this game, 18 in particular. But man, the fact that they're still so consistent without a single win is baffling to me.
It's both a positive and a negative. It's within reason a double-edged sword. Like I said, a little bit worried when push comes to shove. The big positive is that Emulate only got 12 points, so it's still a 6-point boost between the two teams coming into the overall standings, right? I do want to see, and I low-key need to see Scream Squad grab that chicken dinner. It might leave it till the final game of the day. No Value got themselves 15 points, and Black Spark points.
And you're not talking about Digital Athletics, Imperium. You wanted to see them step up a little bit today.
I wanted you to talk about them.
What? That was the team you started talking at the start. Okay, I'll talk about them for you. 17 points. Digital Athletics a little bit slow yesterday, a little bit disappointed. Maybe it will also be the word I would like to use in their particular situation, because after yesterday, they were in 14th position with 17 points, and they get 17 here, right now. Exactly. They just doubled their points in a single game. We want to see more of that in particular. Hopefully, that's what they're going to be bringing to the table after this one. Though my team, I said I didn't jinx them. I talked a little bit too soon. Galaxy Conqueror only 4 points this game, same as Big Baby, so that the climb up is not going to begin for some of these teams.
Galaxy Conqueror had some great ideas, and there's some great theories around how they played, even the likes of Bax Esports, right? Yeah. Just the execution wasn't there. Whether it was a mix of unfortunate circle shifts, whether it's just a mix of poor rotations, right? That's where it floundered. And I think for Galaxy Conqueror, it was definitely the rotation pathline. They came in a bit later. They had lack of information, and they just went in a direction that was 9 times out of 10 going to be more heavily occupied or harder to reach into.
Yeah, a little bit scary though for VP Prodigy. Got to be careful how things are going to be working out, because you might get kicked out of that very contested top 3 position. Though looking at the top damage of this game, we're going to be able to see there's actually DA, and from their position, I'm not going to lie, I'm not really too surprised. They were gatekeeping the northern side, and then when they started actually pushing, they had a good initial rotation onto Emulate, but I think that moment where they decided to go one by one on the Emulate players really was the moment where everything just went to absolute hell instantly.
I can only imagine what they probably would have done as either duo or trio when it came to those kind of final 6 to 7 minutes. In the end, they did a hell of a lot of damage as we look into the second half, and yeah, teams certainly struggled. First Angel, 1100 damage with 4 eliminations. It's good, but when we're looking for the teams who are really going to put themselves in that position to not only get into the kind of top 3, top 5, but even, of course, get into the top 3 of their respective regions, it's not the best of starts for First Angel.
Wow. One way to say it, it's not bad, but it's not enough. All right, and if you want to be part of the 3 teams of your region that will be making it to the respective PMNC of your region, you're going to need more than just a few extra eliminations every single game, right? You want to see those big top 3 podium finishes that Scream Squad have been able to get relatively consistently. The Imperium, prediction time for MVP. I'm going to tell mine first. I think it's going to be Senior on the side of Blackfire Beasts, and I think he's going to be my MVP. How about you?
One of the Dish Athletics players. Okay. I don't know who did the most damage, but that's my prediction.
There you go, you got it right, of course. I'm known for not getting my predictions right. You know what? I was also expecting it myself, but it's going to be Scarface this time around. I was really getting involved in Imperium in that lumberyard fight and clearing out most of those positions. So my man was there, he was popping off, and takes the MVP of game 1.
It was only, to be honest, it was only based off the fact that the team got the highest damage, right, in the lobby, and that's kind of what leaned me into predicting Dish Athletics. And fun fact, out of the over 2,000 damage the whole team did, yes, Scarface put up over half of that alone. So individually, Scarface was not afraid to fire those bullets.
And my man carrying, just like Imperium when you carry me in our classic PUBG Mobile matches, you know, so it's fine. I know the feeling, Scarface, it's cool. I see. I was thinking, should I say I carry Imperium or should I say Imperium carries me? I think I've been too mean about your shirts. You know what? We'll get away with it right now. But we're going to be moving on to the next graphic to see exactly what's been going on right here for the overall rankings, I believe, if I got it right. Did I get it right? No, did I get it right?
Get it right?
I forgot. I got it right! Yes, look at that. And one thing that's also right, Imperium, is the fact that we're still going to be having Scream Squad looking absolutely fantastic here on the top side of things. With 85 points and yet no chicken dinners. A little bit lower is going to be Emulate here, was their 1 chicken dinner, 70 points, and Blackfire Beast, as we already said, Imperium, the only team to get 2 chicken dinners, and now standing strong on 69 points. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Apologies about that. I had a little bit of a oopsie, disconnected, just for the boosts and giggles. Okay. Indeed, Blackfire Beasts have made it into the top 3 teams for the European region, so that's pretty positive. But there's still 4 more games to go as we move into the second half of the standings page. Black Sparks have jumped up to 9th, started today in 11th, so that's a little bit of a positive. ROM Squad jumped down from 7th to 10th, only picking up 1 point in that game. And First Angel, a little bit similar, jumped up 1 place. Like I said, it's still incredibly close between kind of the 4th place to 11th, 12th place teams.
Yeah, though if people are looking at DA's position currently and saying like, oh, DA's still in a really bad spot despite a really good last game, I gotta express also what happened before this game is the fact that after day 1, DA were in 14th position with 17 points. In 12 points, only 2 slots ahead of them, it was held down by First Angel was 34 points. So sure, they didn't overtake any extra new positions, right? They're still pretty much in the same position, but they closed that gap. If they have another game like this, another banger performance, they're going to be starting to really climb up in the overall ranking. So good start from DA, but we really need to see more consistency if they want to truly start climbing up the leaderboard.
You're right. It's not even just the consistency. You bring a point, but it's even the fact that they still like need another good result. And if they go out early on in this game, it's really going to hurt their momentum. And that's where the consistency does come into play. You just
just chop, man.
Okay.
We're going chop. Don't worry about it.
I really want to do a signal that wouldn't be allowed in broadcast, but I really want to do that. But you know, I won't.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no,
I
won't.
Don't do anything like that, but that's fine. But yeah, now we're going to be heading on over to our very last Miramar. Unfortunately, if it's your favorite map, unfortunately, it's going to be the last one here to see which team will be able to take themselves the dub on this one. I'm really intrigued to see how things are going to be changing up. We had a somewhat close to junkyard finish yesterday. It was very intriguing. Actually, La Bandita over to the east of La Bandita, and it was, I wouldn't say it was a given one, but Strong Union had a very, very easy time taking those positions at the very end, and Kiss U2K played a fantastic late game finish with Foopsman. So I'm against Foopsman, actually, I believe it was. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that, actually, in this game, and I'd like to see potentially other teams get some good rotations, because Strong Union, they got themselves a good game, but Emulate were close, and I would like to see if Emulate can maybe close off a chicken dinner on Miramar.
You got to think that with the likes of Miramar and, of course, Sanhok only having 2 games in total for these finals, it does technically make it easier to improve from one Miramar to another, because you're able to VOD review that specific map and just absorb as much as you can rather than going through every one of the Erangel maps. So I hope the evolution does shine in a couple of these teams and adaptability from one game to another. At least in terms of the playing path, Max, you couldn't ask for a cleaner playing path directly down the middle, a little bit diagonal, just the way these players want a playing path.
Yeah, we'll see how things are going to be going out, but so far this playing path is absolutely 10 out of 10 in my books. And intriguing that you talk about VOD reviews, right? I want to take a second because let's not forget, we mentioned this a few times already, but for a lot of these teams and players, this is their first time playing a real professional, official PUBG Mobile Esports tournament, right? And I think that VOD review in particular is really what sets some team apart. I don't know if you ever seen this research, Imperium. I was told this many, many times just for me to actually do my homework when I was at school, is if you read your notes after doing work in school, the night after you actually went to school, so like the same day, you will hold on to a lot more information than if you did like the next day or 2 days after. So normally, and what a lot of teams do in PMPL is they do their day of play, VOD review the night after to instantly have those fresh ideas, know exactly what happened, and then being able to hopefully bring some improvements to their overall gameplay. So there you go, something to keep in mind, and hopefully some teams are not overlooking that aspect of the game, but there is, very important.
The night before is interesting. I would overall disagree because fundamentally, you want to review notes, consistently over multiple times before the
I didn't say that.
Tournament.
I'm trying to say no. The night after your, like the day, basically right after you finished.
Okay. My apologies. I thought you meant before. Yes, you're dead right. Yes. Yeah, the teams within reason should always VOD review as quickly as possible after a tournament. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head in that regard. Apologies, I totally miss. You
want to tell me I'm wrong even when I'm right, Imperium? I get it. It's cool.
You're wrong.
Okay. I only accept it when it's right. Jason who says it. Only Jason can tell me I'm wrong. It's cool. So, Imperium, you got nothing to say about the islands on the east?
No.
No? Surprising.
Nope.
You don't think there's a little hardship that could be happening on the circle?
Nope. I'm not talking about it. I'm not mentioning it at all. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm just focusing on where other teams are on the western side of the map because that's a more important side of the map right now. I'm doing reverse psychology if haven't got that.
Okay, yeah. I respect Imperium. One thing that I'm not sure if I do respect, though, is that Snef from Bax is very, very far away from the rest of his team. And he's actually right in between him and his team. It is going to be no value. And you even have some players of ROM squad that could potentially take a few peeky shots, depending on how they rotate. So want to make sure they do regroup. And Minesh Generales, Bax played that position yesterday on this Miramar. So they're just going to go for that good high ground position, get a lot of scouting done early game. So far, compared to yesterday, this is 100% the exact same circle. And I'm not really expecting too many massive changes after that.
That, once again, kind of leans into what I mentioned and what we've talked about, where technically it can be easier to adapt and improve on yesterday's result, especially if this Phase 1 circle is so similar to yesterday. Big Baby right now, still looting up outside of El Pozo. Emulate are inside the city of El Pozo. They'll have to take their time and be a little bit cautious. What I do like is they have Lucifer outside of the city on that main road that goes from Valdemar all the way to San Martin. So he's kind of like already setting up that initial rotation point for the team, getting information as you get through Phase 1. The Blue Zone is already starting to move in, Max. They should have a little bit of an easier time to enter that Phase 1 circle.
Yeah, actually very interesting. Emulate did change their drop location from Campo Militar. So that is also going to be something to keep in mind. I wonder, is this their like main drop location or because of the bad plane path of yesterday?
I reckon it is.
I think yesterday was a bad plane path. And I think it was like an eastern plane path. So they just went for Campo Militar for like the sake of it. Which did not make it easy for them, but they still were able to get what I think a 4th place was 12 eliminations on Miramar. Like, still very impressive for what I would count as a very hard drop into a hard Phase 1 circle rotation. So they made it work out just fine.
They weren't the only team that obviously dropped around the Tierra Bronco
There was a lot.
Zavia area. There was quite a few. So yeah, indeed, they did a great job, and I suppose it shows that they're able to handle that pressure in terms of the Miramar train. So I do have a decent bit of confidence that they're going to be able to hold on to their position on this western side of the map and entering the early phase 1, phase 2 circles across the board. You see the side of First Angel on our screens right now, looting up the San Martin area of the map, already inside the phase 1 circle, but I'd certainly argue they don't want to be hanging around the city for too long, because either side of San Martin, you have obviously the Picado Hill, you have the kind of Hacienda Hills. If they allow too many teams to wrap around too late into phase 1, they could be under a lot more pressure.
Is that fire happening in Cruz de Valle right now? I thought I saw 2 different shades of orange, unless I'm mistaken there.
Maybe one was from a shirt?
Yeah, maybe it was, actually. Your shirt really just messed up my pupils, I swear, Imperium. It's so weird. No, it's not fine. They're actually all of the same team. Okay, that's cool. They're safe for now. It's cool. Imperium shirt will not mess with me too long. I will get back on track. Man, I'm always scared because, you know, like my weird shirts, right? I'm scared like one day it's going to be really bad and people's going to be like, what the hell is he wearing? I'm just like, I like my shirts. You know?
Oh, you do know people have said that already. You just haven't said it to your face. No, I joke. I joke, man.
Man, my self-esteem is dwindling right now. What's going on?
No, one thing I've always, and you know, we've known each other for a number of years, too long at this stage, over 5 years, and one thing that I've always appreciated about you is that you're able to pull off brighter, colourful shirts, and you always have great fashion sense when it comes to clothes. So never have any doubt in your dress sense, my friend. You pull it off all the time.
Keep going. I'm enjoying this. This is a cool segment. Can this always happen? Can you teach Jason and Kalaris how to do this? How do you give compliments? That's cool. That's
I don't think I can. I can.
Damn.
But
They'll never learn.
I can maybe teach them about this game by talking about it, because we are seeing some action unfolding. Galaxy Conquer rotating quite deep into the center of the circle, and at least one of their players gets caught off guard by the side of Rom Squad.
Yeah, also seeing Uni going for a big wide rotate around the eastern edge of Minas Generalis, actually entering towards the eastern side of Minas from the coastal line. I think that's a smart rotation. I think they could have gone for the high ground position, but because it's only the second Miramar, you're never too sure. Maybe a team went and changed the drop location to somewhere you were not ready, so you want to take the slow, safe approach, and I respect them for that. Impala's going to be taken over by Strong Union currently, it seems, and they're going to try and play that position, maybe a little bit of scouting done. Going to see where phase 2 circle especially is going to be going. It's going to be popping in just a few seconds time. And yeah, even the teams that are currently rotating late, which is like, what, 4 or 5 teams currently, shouldn't have any trouble because teams like to play center in this lobby. I'm starting to really realize that a major portion of the lobby plays that central position, and they play it relatively well.
It certainly could be a product of watching the games yesterday and maybe recognizing that not too many teams did play center. So thinking that the central areas of these first couple of circles are easier to get to and control. But if 3 to 4 teams have watched that and think it's the same, then we do get a bit more of a heavy cluster towards the center of these circles. It's something that I'll be observing, especially in Game 3 when we head back over to Erangel. Strong Union looked good yesterday. First game of the day wasn't really the cleanest of results, but still a lot of potential in this team as they hold on to the southwestern side of this phase 2 that did shift over quite heavily to the east.
Yeah,
that's
but
all I'm saying.
It's not talking about any islands. No islands here. Okay. Don't know what you're talking about. What are islands? Coming from a man who lives in Ireland, but you know it's called. Whatever.
Max, are you an island boy?
I'm an island boy. I can't believe it. I can't believe you made me
God damn,
do
I
this.
can't believe you said that, man.
I can't believe you made me
What?
do that.
I didn't make you do it. I just asked you a question.
Man, is it so, like, you seen what they look like, right? The island boys.
Yeah, I do.
Don't you just want to pull on their hair? Is that just me? Maybe it's just me.
Isn't that bullying?
Maybe. It's the island boys. Like, it's fine.
Like when you say pull, do you mean like a light tug or
I know.
a forceful pull?
I don't know. It's too in depth. I haven't thought that far, Imperium. My plan is not that in depth. Okay.
Okay.
I would pull on my hair, but if I did, well, they'll just get right out of that.
Maybe that's why you want to pull on their hair, because you're jealous that
yeah, they
you're
have so
running
many
out of hair.
Yeah, exactly. Damn. I think it's jealousy all along. I'm jealous of the island boys. Damn. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Their career is so successful right now. Is what I can tell you.
So hairy.
Oh man. Anyway, central position though, we're gonna have Baxter did already go for a little bit of a split, a 3-1 split, which I know Imperium you are a fan of. You're gonna have Spence currently scouting up on the western side of Junkyard. He's gonna get information.
Yep.
Quite a few teams, MLA in particular, he's gonna get information on them, potentially even First Angel. So he's really gonna be feeding that information towards his squad. Blackfire Bulls, Beasts. I mean, the Bulls works too. It works too. It does work in the anagram, okay? It does work.
Yeah, they're in this compound as a full squad, and on one hand, it's really not a positive because they're doing a decent job of pushing back First Angel. However, they're not really doing enough to prepare for phase 3, right? There's a hill just to the east of them, but they could easily send one player up there. They're not doing that, and you can see VP Prodigy on the map feed right now are getting into that kind of high ground position to the east of Blackfire Beast's compound. So when phase 3 pops up, if it even shifts away from their compound, they're going to be very much under pressure, whether it's by First Angel or VP Prodigy.
Yeah, VP Prodigy, their main issue I've been witnessing them deal with a lot throughout this tournament is that they lose players sometimes very early on in the game, and they cannot deal with being outnumbered, it seems. Like, they need those multiple angles in the fight to really get a lot of success, right? And if they can just get to the late game as a 4-man crew, I would be so happy. I think that's really what would maybe enable them to actually get himself a win. And because they were close on many occasions yesterday, Imperium, right? They got 2 third places, 1 fourth place. Not a lot of eliminations, unfortunately, to show up for that, but in general, they can get to the late game, but they lack the numbers to really secure that chicken dinner. If they can get to that point, I think that's the VP Prodigy I would like to see.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Phase 3's popped up and it's centered quite nicely. You could call it a donut shift, to be fair, away from the majority of the water that was in play. Look, you know, donuts come in all shapes and sizes. Why are you discriminating?
You don't want that, because I'm a donut expert, Imperium, and if they're not the same size all around and the circle is not dead center, it does not cook evenly. And it's not good.
Okay.
You can have a part that's raw and a part that's overcooked. It's not okay.
I demand you to cook donuts and then measure every single one to make sure they're the same diameter. And if they're not, then you must eat all of those donuts in one go.
Who told you I wasn't going to?
I know. I was like, wait, is that a punishment or is that a?
Do I look like I'm dieting, Imperium? Clearly not. Clearly not. Okay, no, you gotta keep that in mind. But okay, the donut shift in quotation mark. A lot of teams are already going to be on the move here, trying to centralize. But a lot of those high ground positions towards Minas Generalis, La Bandita, Junkyard, that were good for scouting, are now taken out of the equation. One really good spot though that's going to be taken up by one team is Strong Union. Good scouting opportunities from the location, but right behind them, this Big Baby was a potential crash that is about to happen very soon.
Big Baby haven't really shown that they can take these fights, so I don't hold any real pressure for Strong Union. And yeah, just as you saw, Dish Athletics, they go out for the result they both wanted nor needed off the back of a very strong Game 1 performance. Back's doing a good job initially of setting themselves up for this position, but without any real pressure, Emulate have a great job of whittling down Backs to a smaller amount of players.
Yeah, Back showing their backs for too long, it seems, and Ash will be there to strike him down. That's an extra first elimination, actually, of this game. So off to a pretty damn good start. But a few teams now a little bit too slow on the rotation, I would say. I do like the rotation from Angry Team down on the southern western side towards the west of Impala. Not too many teams in that location, so shouldn't be too spooky for them to enter from that location. Otherwise, up north, you've got 2 other squads, which I can't even really see their names, unfortunately. A little bit blurry on my end, but they're going to be trying to enter from that spot.
I'll tell you what I do like. I like the fact that no team went instantly to Impala on the previous circle shift. I've noticed that in competitive games and even up at the higher level where they'd go to Impala. Now, the edge of it is technically manageable, but I still wouldn't be a massive fan of it. Nobody's gone here on this game, and That certainly does put a smile on my face. Let's see where the next circle goes, though.
Yeah, just dodge and pile all around. It can be a position that is hard to rotate if teams are positioned really well around it, so I definitely understand why it was not the initial focus, but Bax, losing himself another player there. Man, MLA really have it against the side of Bax's team. They got it out for them. Not going to be too good to deal with, though. Angry team also down on the southern edge. Like, there's not many options here.
No.
A lot of this circle is just dips. It's all about terrain knowledge, and the western side is literally just filled with, I believe, only 1 or 2 compounds to play from. So, Breaches got Imperium. We still have 15 teams on phase 4. I would not be surprised if we're down to like half that number in the next 2 minutes or so.
Galaxy Conqueror, Rom squad, and there's another team that's towards the center of the circle. That is Black Sparks. Those are the 3 best positions to be in this circle so far. Yes, Emulator in a good spot, but they have a lot of teams that are going to be coming in from the east and northeast, and that's going to be difficult to hold on to all of those teams, I would argue.
Yeah, VP Prodigy taking that fight versus First Angel. Very, very important fight. Once again, we don't want to see VP Prodigy lose players early on. That is going to be pretty much their downfall when it comes to securing a chicken dinner. You want to see them as a 4-man crew through and through. Nice smoke throw to allow Corker to make it over to Old Boy. Not sure about that smoke, though. You're just going to be blocking out your own visibility. And, yeah, you're not... not sure about that one, Chief. But at least they do get the rest, which is what you really, really care for. And First Angel, going player knocked away. They're not quite into the circle. That ticking time bomb factor has been added to the equation. Do you stay down? Do you go for the circle shift? Like, there's a lot of options that First Angel need to think of.
Yeah, let's be fair, though. They do have a player inside the edge of the circle, so they had the anchor point. So once they get the revive, they can disengage away. Unfortunately for them, that's not going to be the case as a re-knock comes through, and now First Angel are under a lot more pressure, followed by a second.
There we go. Oh boy, that's 1, that's 2. My man's getting himself a 2-for-1 deal, looking great. Went over to Costco. He's looking at he's got that membership card, man. He's got to make use of it. But now 2 more players of First Angel. As you said, they had the anchor points. At least they could send 1 player. It's not completely done and dusted for First Angel, but it's definitely not looking amazing. And now they're just going to be pushing it as a squad. And this is the VP Prodigy we want to see right Imperium. And it's looking good. We're seeing a little bit more of that synergy. Want to overwhelm the opposing teams with that man advantage. Though, peeking over the road, they're not quite into the circle. But they want to get that information before fully committing to it. Now, during that time, the northwest and the east is being clustered. A lot of teams finally committing for the push. As VP Prodigy are going to make that cross, trying to get the angles. First Angels, I'm not going to get involved just yet in the fight. And here you go. Corker gave himself a great angle. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the flush does not happen. Old Boy still alive, but Kraken knocks down. There's only 1 player still up there for First Angel. And even the side of Galaxy Conqueror are getting involved in this fight.
This is overall still positive for VP Prodigy. I think they did a good job of biding their time and not full sending across, because they didn't quite know what's across the road outside of the 2 remaining players of First Angel, right? What team could third party them if they got too deep on that engagement, right? So they've done a good job, and so far, if they can at least survive as a 3-person team, I think that would put them in a good light, especially as the next circle shifts heavily up north in their favor, in their direction.
Okay, VP Prodigy, this is your... Wait, did they just lose a player? Damn it, they can't win. They don't have a 4-man crew.
No, I think they can still win. I think they can still win.
It's the joke about like them having to remain as a 4-man crew that I brought up earlier.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a callback in here. It's a callback of like 10 minutes ago. Come on, it's not that far back.
I'm old, though.
You know what? Fair point, fair point. But regardless, as you said, even though they do not have the 4-man crew, they still have a really, really strong position. It's not the easiest to breach. And currently, a lot of teams are already involved in a fight. So if they do come and fight VP Prodigy, they're going to be severely, severely wounded. And the circle's moving in the next 5 seconds. So that time factor is now pretty much gone. So, yeah, VP Prodigy looking pretty good. But who will be able to survive the east, the west, and the southern fight? Only time will tell.
First Angel, their final player, Maskoff, did get away from VP Prodigy. Let's make no bones about it, though. He's surviving for now. he shifted down to the southern edge of the circle, and you can see the likes of No Value, possibly Black Sparks,
Ooh, well.
Strong Union, SAE, sorry, Angry Team, all going to be heading in his direction as Execution gets a knock.
I do not like this rotation from No Value. This is so damn risky, Imperium. You're on a slope. It's great if you know all the teams are up north, but you've got 2 teams still right down south of your location. You're really going to struggle to hold on to that one. Plus, Unique is right to your left. And I think that's Emulate just right on the northeastern edge of their current location. Man, a really desperate call, but I think there's way better ways to make that one work out. And now KC2K is going to get a little bit closer. He wants to confirm all those eliminations. Luckily enough, No Value are able to get some few reses. Nice defense coming out from Anchor99, but the rest of the team is there to back him up, and they're just going to be fully crashing inside of it. And No Value down to one player's Anchor. He's in the car. In the smoke, ready to jump on through once again. He's got himself the UMP, trying to get for the knock, but doesn't get it done. And man, that play, that rotation from No Value did not work out as planned.
It's a massive, massive risk, and I fully agree when you highlighted the negativity around it, and the proof is in the pudding. Strong Union take full advantage. They will survive as a full squad once they get the revives off. One might not come through as Unique are looking for the opportunity to strike. Rom squad are still alive, but they are a little bit battered, beaten and bruised, and they do take down Angry Team at least. As if they can get themselves back up as a 3-person team, they'll be looking a lot more solid in this game.
I do really like how VP Prodigy are playing this one right now, a 2-1 split. One player, Oldboy, controlling the western side, and the 2 other players of Kraken and Cork controlling the eastern edge, where currently the side of SSQ are playing from. Scream Squad are there and looking to maybe breach it later on down the line. Rom Squad, though, eliminated in 9th position. 8 teams still up and running about on a good old map of Miramar, but it's going to be dropping down even faster, Imperium, by the minute, and we did indeed lose like a little bit more than half the teams in the matter of like 2 to 3 minutes. So we're speedrunning this one. It's GDSQ, PUBG Mobile Edition.
The dam broke, the water fell down, and players drowned alongside with it. Unique were able to take down the players from Strong Union, so got the squad wipe on board, up to 4 eliminations, but only 2 players left to Artie. And Analysis, they're trying to hold back the players from Black Sparks. They still need to make it into the edge of the circle. They have Emulate in front of them.
UMP Org, that is such a deadly loadout. If you want to clutch it up, that is great. Exactly what we want. Peeks up, that's one. Can he get 2 for one spray? He gets 2 for the price of 1. Analyst, he's going to get it done. Peeks over once again with the Org. Calm down. You have a team to back you up. Well, team. You got 1 player to back you up. But it's enough. Nice Molly, going to slow down the approach a little bit, but you need your teammate. Does he not have ammo? Oh, there you go. He reloaded. 35 bullets, and now he's got his teammate there, ready to back him up. But he gets knocked away. He's got the first aid, though, and during that time, the team is getting rezzed up slowly but surely, but he needs to get that spray. He can't afford them to come back. 1 elimination confirmed, up to 5 so far for the entire squad. Now dealt a little bit more damage. Got time to go for the res, but man, Analysts really put some work into that fight.
Artie, not gonna lie, if they lose that fight, as much as I have a lot of love for you, Artie, the reason why they've lost it, they've allowed Emulate to get up as a 3-person team, and down goes Analysis.
Yeah, he got the first aid kit, but it doesn't matter. You don't have time to shoot back, and that's it for Unique, eliminated in 8th position. A little bit of a tough time, but at least on the opposing side, MLA were able to come and fight back. Even though I do agree, and I do think that they should have pushed it as a 2-man. If they did, and they started spraying at the same time, that could have been an almost instantaneous squad wipe, but you know what, the timing was just not quite there for Unique. So keep on pushing forward. A lot of teams currently centralizing around Seji. And at the northern side, it is still VP Prodigy clearing out all of these positions and looking great in the process.
Southern's Alliance EU go down. We are 6 teams left. VP Prodigy have all of the north to themselves. So I look at this as being a clean and clear direction for VP Prodigy to grab this chicken dinner. I think their biggest threat is Galaxy Conquerors to the west, and for the time being.
You're in the circle, you're up north, no one's going to be pushing you from the northern side, so you just got to focus on the center of the circle, and you've got the high ground position to play from. You've got all the information. Dreams had no chance to make it out alive from that fight, and now all you have to do is focus on all the teams down below. But I'm surprised we're not seeing more peeking from VP Prodigy. They seem like they're very, very hesitant on how to get involved in this fight. But there you go, finally a peek from Oldboy. That's what we want to see. Just rain absolute hell on these teams. And they get that elimination confirmed. Lucifer out for the count.
It can be difficult peeking from a high ground because within reason, you have to have more of your body exposed when you peek, right? And that can put you at risk, and when they've already lost a player, I don't want to bite off more than they could chew, so I value the fact that they're not over peaking.
That's it. This is just what I want. What Old Boy's doing, this is great. M24 in hand, though. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's looking for some MLG montage kind of stuff. Doesn't quite hit the headshot, though, unfortunately. But just constantly peeking, making sure that this team in particular, you want to make sure Emulate cannot leave that rock. If they do,
Exactly.
he's going to be closing that gap, and you're going to be in the trouble zone. I'm not going to be enjoying that too much, I can tell you that much. So, Galaxy Conqueror still not looking to get fully involved. And I think that maybe VP Prodigy forgot about them a little bit because they have not made any sounds for the longest time. And their currently main focus is on the side of MLA. Ash gets himself a nice shot. That's it for the side of First Angel, eliminated in 4th. Still a relatively good result. Now we've reached the podium finish of the last Miramar match.
Tonoli gets knocked. Emulator under a lot of pressure. They're down to just a solo. And indeed, I think Galaxy Conqueror, they've been forgotten about by VP Prodigy, and that could bite VP in the butt.
Hell yeah, Old Boy wins the trade versus Ash. That's an extra elimination, and that's their 10 elimination game in their back pocket, Imperium, and only 2 players. Galaxy Conqueror, so 2v3. Not impossible to lose, but the advantage is still heavily in favor of VP Prodigy as they have the circle going their way. Nice smoke usage there. Rumba gonna be able to get himself prone right behind that little ridge. If they have nades, if there's one bit of utility to really get down to a 2v2 fight, it could really make the difference. And Rumba does have that nade in hand. The nade connects onto Old Boy.
Beautiful.
That's the perfect player to get rid of. And he's going to go for the second. Does he get the double whammy? Oh my word, he almost makes it happen. And those are blind nades, Imperium. He does not know exactly where they are. A second nade's there to back it up. Doesn't quite get the knock though, unfortunately, but they're getting the res. You need to push. It's too late. He got the res. And now they're committing for the push, but at least you know that defense is not going to be as strong as earlier. They've got to go for the spray with the UMP. A little bit of damage done onto the side. Where's your teammate pushing with you? Hopefully on the left side. Gets the spray. They're put so damn low. Imperium, his teammate is there to back him up. It's only Rumba alive. As Perluite gets absolutely slapped on the wrist. And 3v1 currently. And Rumba going to be able to reload up to 75% HP. But I think so. VP Prodigy push as a squad and will be securing their very first chicken dinner of the tournament. VP Prodigy here aiming for that first place.
Little bit of circle up with a hell of a lot of strong control, taking team out side by side and just holding on to the high ground in the final 3 circles. A great attempt by Rumba specifically from Galaxy Conquerors, and unfortunately, again, like we saw with one fight that happened earlier on, it's that lack of coordination and teamwork that stopped Galaxy Conqueror from stealing that chicken dinner away from VP Prodigy. Nice to see VP Prodigy grab a much needed, well, okay, not much needed, arguably a much working towards chicken dinner in these games.
Yeah, you know, it took a little bit of time to get to that point. We were expecting chicken dinner maybe on day 1 for VP Prodigy, but they got there, and that's all that mattered to go himself a win, and they were. Currently looking great after the overall 5 games of yesterday, and this is definitely going to help them climb a little bit further up the rankings and maybe aim for that first place position to get that $8,000 here for the European tournament for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. But man, it keeps on getting better and better. These games compared to yesterday are looking so good for some of these top teams, and I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening on game number 3 right after this break.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute. Casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
VP Prodigy able to actually get himself their first chicken dinner of the tournament, and when it was long awaited for, but they finally get himself the chicken dinner of game 2 of day 2 here on Miramar in very flashy fashion. But it was not full orb of sweat Imperium at the end, right, where Galaxy Conqueror almost were able to get himself the bag at the end with those amazing nades from Rumba, but unfortunately were not able to go the entire way.
It was a better result for Galaxy Conqueror, and considering they were put under pressure earlier by VP Prodigy, they held themselves down, they waited, they bided their time, and they nearly got themselves a chicken dinner. While teams like VP Prodigy and Galaxy Conqueror, within reason, have been a little bit more volatile, Emulate once again getting a solid result, and with Screen Squad not getting the best of result in this second game, we could see that leader, that lead be cut down quite a bit between the two teams at the top.
Yeah, that's the thing about these short-term tournaments, right? In 10 games, the overall rankings could be changing every single game almost if some new heads do show themselves at the top of the winner-winner chicken dinner leaderboards. We'll see how that's going to be panning out. But like I said, I'm really happy to see if the leaderboard has changed drastically after this one. And I'm intrigued to see especially how close are VP Prodigy to that first place, or even are they in first place currently? Because you never know. With a game like that, with an absolute banger, there's a chance. I still think that they may be in, like, you know, second, third place, but you never know. That gap could have closed pretty significantly. We're going to see, though, exactly how many points were taken home by all these teams in Imperium, and 27 points for VP Prodigy. That is definitely going to help out in their path to success.
Backfire Beast had overtaken them at the end of the first game, right? And so had No Value as well in their own right. So grabbing this chicken dinner, 27 points. They were relying on 52 coming into this game. Will shoot them up to over 70 points, just under 80 in this second game. But like I said, Emulate just consistently getting the points they need to battle up at the top spot. Black Sparks picking up 11 is on the right trend once again of being a little bit consistent, but I would argue not enough if they want to be the top 3 of Europe.
But man, look at Scream Squad. Sure, not a good game for them, knowing their track record, right? But
fair.
It is still 9 points. Last game, they got eliminated in 4th. They had got 10 eliminations on top of that one. Here they get themselves 5 placement points, 4 eliminations, still an extra 9. You're getting close to that 10-point average every single game. That's all you really need. And they were in first place before this game, so now I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? There's no way. They still need to be in first place. I would be genuinely surprised if that is not the case. But Emulate were in second place after this one, so that gap is going to be closing. Though going on to the second page of things, and man, we thought DA could make it up there. They got themselves that big 17-point game 1 Imperium, but we said it, they need to back it up with consistency, and this is unfortunately not that.
It's not that indeed. With 0 points, it essentially cut their game 1 result in half, right?
Yeah.
So really, it takes a shine out of what was a good start to day number 2. I hope they can dust themselves off and come into game number 3 looking a lot stronger. Strong Union in their own right, getting 6 points, that are kind of continuing to be on the right path. Coming into today's games, they were the top performing Turkish team. Rom Squad behind them did pick up a couple of extra points in this game alone, so I'm curious before we look at overall leaderboards if that has changed between the two teams.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that's going to work out. I'm actually surprised that Baxton were able to get even a single point this game. Big fat bubble, as I like to call it, going the way of Baxter Esports. Because they were very central. Very early on towards the northern side of Minas Generales. That split was a little bit tricky. The 3-1 split they had early on that I was a little bit scared for them in particular. But I thought that maybe they could go a little bit further this game. It seemed like the information game was not going their way.
True.
And not only them. And I think one team that we really need to highlight here, Imperium, it is No Value. That push at the very, very last second before they died, not the best play. I understand why you think it's valuable, but if you want to play a position like that, you need to clear all of the south. That's one thing they did not do. Unfortunately, it did feel that they just struggled because that position south was just too good to push against them.
Definitely not covering their angles, and also just the timing of it just wasn't quite there. As you look at the total damage for the top 8 teams, and VP Prodigy over 2300 damage. What, 500, over 500 damage, more damage to their nearest rivals? Yeah, it was definitely the VP Prodigy show.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see that, and that's the thing, is that they took that fight early on up to the northern side as a 4-man crew, which I think we've been drastically lacking so far throughout this tournament. But we're seeing it. We're seeing that little bit of a, I was going to say Glitto explosion. I don't know why, but she always worked on the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? So I think it's fair to call it. But they got that Glitto explosive.
And she does the call-outs for the sponsors, so that makes sense.
True. She's Jenny wants on every single show, man. I'm jealous. I'm real jealous over there. But yeah, VP Prodigy able to get himself a real absolute banger of a game with those 12 eliminations, though on the second page, where things going to be a little bit low, of course, with the overall damage and eliminations from these guys.
Wow.
It is sad to see no value up there. And they did good. They got 616 damage, like, very early on into the game. Like, they were looking good until that one decisive play that just ruined almost everything for them.
And I'm looking at ROM Squad, 1100 damage for themselves. That's close to kind of the top 4 teams. And with 5 eliminations, not a bad return on investment. They just couldn't last out long enough to get the best result they would have required. I want to highlight a little bit of Blackfire Beast, because I noted that the compound they had in phase 2 was good, but they didn't do enough to prepare for highlighted at that time VP Prodigy, who ended up winning the game. VP Prodigy. So that's a lesson to Blackfire Beast. You got to think 1 to 2 steps ahead. Don't be too much in the moment. Don't be too narrow-minded and think you're good where you are, because that can very quickly get taken away from you.
Yeah, especially in a circle like that, right, where it's all about terrain knowledge. You really want to be able to know what your next step is potentially going to be in those positions to make sure you're not going to be under 5 on VP Prodigy. Though we're going to be seeing exactly who was MVP of this last game. Maybe a VP Prodigy player. I would speculate that's the case, and it is indeed going to be the case. And it's oh boy, out of anyone, I didn't expect that Imperial. Okay, I did kind of expect it, but it's a good surprise regardless.
He's a new talent in the PUBG Mobile scene, so it's great to see the role. I was gonna try and commit to that, but then you just, who's this dude? Look, we're not really surprised, and as much as it's great for him individually to be featured, I think that the biggest lesson, or the biggest tale that we're able to tell off the back of that game 2 was that the whole team were working together, and that allowed not only the team to succeed, but also Old Boy individually to shine. And one follows the other. When you work better as a team, the stronger individual players will shine so much brighter.
I would say that it might be a good thing for Old Boy to remove the MVP of his name. I'm thinking back to Alicio, for PMCO Western Europe. Didn't work out great for him, just saying, a little bit of an MVP player tag curse happening right there, so you might want to try and avoid it as much as possible. But regardless, really good stuff on the side of Old Boy and the rest of his team. So intrigued to see exactly how many points, how many extra placements should I say, they were able to actually climb thanks to that big bang of a chicken dinner. So we're going to check out the overall rankings, and not quite close to that first place, but they're getting there slowly and surely. And that consistency, once again, a bad game, quote unquote, a bad game for Scream Squad is 9 points. I mean, if it keeps happening like this, they're not going to budge, because they are consistently getting a close to double-digit game every single time.
You have to make note of the fact that there's only 3 points dividing the top 2 teams.
It's scary.
VP Prodigy off the back of that chicken dinner are only 12 points behind Emulate. Blackfire Beast dropped back down to 4th place in terms of the EU teams, most notably, and No Value, who are Turkish representatives. They've jumped up to 5th, and they're now the highest performing Turkish team. So they've moved up to 1st place with, I think ROM Squad have dropped down to 3rd, because Galaxy Conquerors are in 2nd place in terms of the Turkish representatives.
Yeah, the thing that scares me a little bit up here on this first page is the fact that a lot of those teams that are below Screen Squad have not been known yesterday, at least, for being hyper consistent. ML8 has those up and downs. VP Prodigy have those up and downs. Compared to Scream Squad, sure, they are only 3 points of ML8, but if ML8 cannot back it up with another few good results, that first place might just slip right under their nose, and that is definitely not one thing you want to deal with. Though, moving on to the second page to see how things are going down there, and I can tell you, one thing is not looking good is the Digital Athletics. They closed that gap, Imperium, early. Was that first game. And now that gap has increased once again to 12 points to catch up to Bax. Esports are right above them. Like, there's only 3 games to play. This is not looking good for DA.
It's not. It's not, and that's the thing. Only 3 games are left. First Angel, they're close to Strong Union. Strong Union have dropped down to 3rd, like I said, but there's only 4 points dividing those 2 teams. It's actually Rom Squad who've dropped down from what was 2nd in Turkish teams to 5th. So they're out of the qualifying spot to move on to the Turkish PMNC. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. They're at the moment on equal points of First Angel, though.
Rom Squad, though, very focused on eliminations, it seems. It was 31, 17 placement points. But what really cheeked me, that's was like, wait a second. Big Baby's got 0 eliminations. Big 0 right there. A little bit unfortunate. I would like to see at least 1 elimination. Those just make it look a little bit cooler. That would be great. But yeah, Big Baby, at the end of the day, they're still giving it a shot. They're still giving it their best try, and potentially also is their first esports tournament, right? So you guys, hey, still doing a lot better than a lot of your teams that did not qualify. That's something to keep in mind, and keep on trying. You never know. It'll take some time.
256 teams, right, in their region, and they're one of the top 16 teams. That speaks for itself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you made it out of the best teams of your respective region, and you never know, you could have a little bit of a comeback at the end. I think it's clear to say it's too late for them to qualify for PMNC, but hey, you never know. You want to try and go out with a bang, maybe a chicken dinner here or there, and every single extra rank you get, doesn't matter if you remain at the bottom part, right? You still get an extra $100 per placement, even towards 15th, 16th, 14th. So that difference is pretty significant, and you want to try and get as much money in your back pocket while you still can. So give it your best shot. 1 chicken dinner, that's an extra maybe $100, $200 in 1 game. So I hope they can give it a good shot here.
It's also about just performing better in the next game than you did in the previous game. And it's a fundamental lesson that any team, whether you're a successful team or not, can have under your belt, right? In not only the back of your mind, but the front of your mind. We all chase being the best at what we do, whether it's us as commentators, whether it's players as teams, and teams as a whole, right? But the most important thing is that you stay grounded in just trying to be better than you were the previous game, right? And looking to make those small little steps in the right direction, because at the end of the day, if you make those small steps, the big steps will come in time.
Yeah, and here we go. This game is also coming in due time, Imperium. It's game number 3 of day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, and we are in the middle of this game, going to hit the halfway point of day 2. And this is where it's going to be even harder to really make some big changes in the overall rankings. Things are starting to solidify themselves in the leaderboards. So now you're going to need some way better games if you really want to make an impact on those rankings. We'll see how things are really going to pan out. Though this playing path, the playing path have been relatively nice to us today, Imperium. So I got to say, whoever is giving us these playing path, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. I appreciate it.
I'm going to thank Phil. He's our lead producer. I'll just say it's down to him. So thank you, Phil.
He clicks the button.
For giving us good playing paths. I love the fact that he also just answers us in our ears.
I don't know if we can hear that on stream.
No, they can't. But
it would be cool.
Just said it would be great. It would be great. He just said thank you. So thank you, Phil. Let's see if the phase 1 circle is going to be just as good. It low key is encapsulates a tiny bit of the northern water, and that river will play a big impact throughout this game. But I would argue that with a lot of that south mainland in play, such as Potato Hill, Headshot Hills, kind of Yasnaya Fields, there's still a great scope of control and rotation and setup for the mid part of the game.
Yeah, that'll be a good way to go about it. I don't know why you started talking about river, and like PUBG Mobile, we talk about rivers all the time, right? Because it's ways to river play. I don't know why, it just came to my mind for the very first time. What if they add a kayak to PUBG Mobile? Wouldn't that be cool? No? Okay, guess not. I don't know.
Well, no. Okay. So why a kayak over other boating equipment such as like jet skis, or like they have other big boats, and I think they do have jet skis, but why a kayak?
Oh, well, we're going to focus on Rombat. Maybe he knows why kayak would be a good addition, and, well, okay, apparently he doesn't. That's it. Johnny gets it done with the M16. So the reason why kayak...
Well, I was just going to say, he can think about it while he's back in lobby.
You could just see, like, people ask other people why they want a kayak, and then the government's like, don't answer, and they just eliminate them. Nobody shall know. But no, the reason why, and it's very in-depth answer I'm going to give you right now, Imperium, is because I like kayaking. It's as simple as that. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know what to tell you, man. If I was Tech Go, I would say it's pretty rad. That's what I would tell you. But yeah.
Oh, I like it. Nothing better than a good old Tech Go reference. VP Prodigy, winners of the previous game, looting up Rozhok, and right now that's pretty much the center of the circle. They can have this area locked down if they want to on that kind of northeastern or northwestern high ground of Rozhok. What I would recommend is that they send one player over to the either the northeastern side of the river around a bridge overlooking Yasnaya. There's a couple of Harry Potter towers, or over towards kind of the edge of Watertown, the compound to the north of Watertown, because I think that would give a much better scope of information for teams that are rotating from both from either the east or the western side of the map.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because our last few matches now, we've seen a lot of teams put a very big priority on playing Central, right? And I think this would be one of those games where it would be really important to try and play Central, just to be able to facilitate later rotations, right? Depending on if it goes for northern rotation, if it goes south, if it does center up on the actual river, which I'm pretty sure most of the teams do not want to deal with. So yeah, I think that here trying to play Central at least around those river positions would be very important, and I think the one team that is already doing so and there's no intention of moving is going to be VP Prodigy. So far, I'm sold. A few teams are going to try and rotate very soon. The blue zone is going to start now moving up against these teams. So, yeah, just got to make sure you don't get caught out. But it's phase one. The playing path was good. Like, I'm not really expecting any casualties at the start of this game. Though, Imperium, I talked about adding a kayak. If you could add any like vehicle to the game, like we're not talking about a skin, not like a Lambo and stuff like that, but like a different way to get around the map, what would you add?
And they have this in another battle royale, a bicycle. Because there's actually strategical reasons behind it. A bicycle is silent, and it's clearly quicker than being on foot, but it's a lot quieter than a vehicle. So you have the best of both worlds within reason. And I've seen and I've experienced and I've done myself some pretty strategical engagements off the back of using a bicycle. So I'd love that to be added to the game.
It's already in the game. It's just not in the esports side of the game. It's already in the game.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we got mountain bikes.
Oh, wait, we do? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
It clearly shows how little I play the game. Oh, okay.
No, you just die too soon. You can't get to the mountain bike. I get it. It's cool.
Okay.
It's cool.
Okay. Well, can I answer with another vehicle?
Okay, sure. You know what? Fair enough. We got time.
A kayak.
Why kayaks?
Because you love kayaks.
Because I love kayaks. Yeah. Thank. You're so
See?
Cute, dude. He's so cute. Look at that. He's being nice and everything. Oh. Yeah.
Oh man.
You would die really fast in a kayak though. Like, have you already seen like people of the army in a kayak? I don't think so. So.
I'm a terrible swimmer as well. Probably in game and out of game. So yeah, I would not be good on a kayak.
Unless we had like a casual mode where it's like there's no guns. Like maybe a workout. Like gun versus kayak, I think gun wins most of the time. Anyways, in how teams are going to rotate, I'm actually intrigued. VP Prodigy already moved north of the river away from Rozhok. And we're looking to play one of those high ground position compounds to just play it really, really safe. I think they are somewhat predicting a northern circle shift, so it seems like that's what they're going to try and play here.
So Strong Union made good progress. They're opting to go for the Watertown lockdown area, and even spreading one or two players to Kidney Island is quite valuable for this phase one, because
Kidney Island?
I came to know that that's what other commentators call it, Kidney Island, because it's in the shape of a kidney. The small bit of land that's in between the north of the river and south of the river, it's called Kidney Island.
How would you one kidney? Like a human kidney?
Well,
Don't. Oh man, that was ominous. You're not talking. That was like, oh no.
I'm trying not to be like.
No man's not replying like, so ominous.
I don't think it's anatomically accurate. Like if
Don't
if
try
you
and
get
weave
an
yourself.
X-ray,
I've already called the FBI.
and you're if you get an X-ray and your kidney looks exactly like the shape of what is in Orango, then I would definitely seek help for that, Max. But I think there's certainly a couple of similarities in the shape of that spot of land and a kidney.
So this
Oh
is
no,
the reason
man,
why,
I'm not a doctor.
This is the reason why I'm happy we don't have lands anymore. I don't want you to try things out with my I was gonna say body parts. That sounded weird the way it came out. Whatever. Let's move on to another topic. Okay, this got really weird. Third circle about to shift now. See how things are gonna go. The island's still yeah, I'm gonna call it the island. Still in play. No team's gonna really move there. Strong Union though already committing to a little bit of a hefty split Imperium. They got players split on both sides of the river. Can be a little bit tricky, but it does offer more opportunities depending on where the next circle shift is about to go. Is it going to be north? Is it going to be south? I'll have to see. Place your bet, Imperium. North or south?
South.
North. Okay, let's go. Flip of the coin.
50-50 chance.
Yeah, okay.
It's more south.
Yeah, it's more south. You win. Fair enough.
Cool.
And then
For now.
northwest.
For
Exactly.
now, that's the thing. It could change. So this kind of shift does open the gate for the Yasnaya fields to be kind of locked down a little bit more heavily, right? You have the Alamo compound, and you can control the hill just shy north of the Alamo compound that overlooks the Yasnaya city. You also have that tadpole precipice that's on the north of the river, because that's also valuable high ground, and it's a great balance between giving a good entry point to the north of the river and to the south of the river around the Yasnaya area. So I'd love to see ROM Squad lock down that area that I just touched upon.
Yeah, I really do like where Angry Team are playing from. Same for backs also. There's little plateau positions, which are really good for information gathering. Pretty easy to breach at that. Something you do have to keep in mind. Those are very easy to breach if a team really, really wants to, which I think in this case, some teams will be aiming for those current locations, like Emulate, like also First Angel. They could be trying to go for those spots. Other than that, information-wise, they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty grand. The ROM Squad are going for the very slow rotate, but they're chilling. I see no god up here, but me. That's what ROM Squad are saying.
Exactly. That's perfect. I can't believe you hit the nail on the head of what ROM Squad are saying right now.
Have you ever seen that meme, like just of a cat that's like on a like electricity pole, and he's just like up there, like I see no god up here, but me.
No, do you not know that? Surely you realize that like 98% of my meme knowledge has come from you.
Let me send it to you. Just cover for me.
I will.
I'll find it for you.
I will. No problem. Big Baby, we're professionals, by the way. Big Baby covering onto the south side of the map. Yes, they've yet to get an elimination in this tournament, but I do see elements of positivity in how they've rotated it through these early circles. They just don't seem to have fight in their back pocket, and then they end up going down and getting drowned. The side of Scream Squad being on Potato Hill, should I say, is quite positive. They have an absolutely great spread around that area, so they're covering more towards the center as well. They just got to hope that the next phase continues to go south of the river.
I sent you the meme. Hope you enjoy. That's something I think there's something. Hey Phil, our producers here listening. Can we try and make it so that one day we can the casters can just add memes on the show, like when we want? That'd be cool.
Phil, can you put a meme on the lower third? Phil, can you put a meme on the... Just replace the DHL logo with a meme. They won't notice. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we can... I can put memes with DHL. You can include them on the fun, Imperium. Come on.
Yeah.
Our boys hanging. Okay, apparently Imperium's going to be blamed for all of this. Okay, we're going to have a lot of trouble on our side. Damn.
Oh,
okay,
no.
We're done.
Oh,
I think
no.
this is the last day we'll be on show, guys. It was cool seeing you. We'll have to see. Anyway, circle about to shift once again. A lot of teams have centralized, which is like that tendency we've been seeing in recent games, right, Imperium? And I think that's actually Emulate in a really good position too around the road. So I think that this next shift we're going to start to see some breaches because the amount of good positions that are available will dwindle pretty fast.
That J compound is perfect. Not only is it centered to circle, but It's just a great compound to push people back around school and apartments area. I did find it interesting that VP Prodigy didn't stick to the north side of Rozhok, whether it's on towards phase 1 or phase 2. They stuck to the bridge that's in between Rozhok and Yasnaya, which again, not a bad place to be, but I wasn't expecting them to be there as a full squad. Phase 3 shifts down to southwest, so it's great for anyone that likes to lock down the Alamo, which happens to be the side of Unique. And like you said, Emulate, they are rotating, but they do once again have a good hillside position overlooking Angry Team.
Yeah, good little bit of, oh, whoa. What happened there? That's what happens when you send memes.
Okay, Max?
You lose a lot of IQ by sending memes. It's just how it is.
Okay.
It's part of the game. It's part of the game.
Now it all makes sense.
Too much time on
Now
Reddit,
it
my
all
guy.
makes
Too
sense.
much time. But yeah, otherwise, we're going to be seeing a few teams like Silent Alliance EU currently pushing their way forward into a very, very strong compound to the more southern side of the map. Is a really strong position because of the overview up northeast. So they can be pretty stoked about their position. Though we are seeing Black Sparks a little bit slow on their rotation. Galaxy Conqueror also a little bit slow on their own respective rotation. So just got to be a little bit careful because information is not what they have on the side of their mind. So no information, you could go into a team that you're unwilling of their position.
One slight negative to Silent Alliance's compound is that it doesn't cover them from the south side as heavily as other areas of the map, if that makes sense. Now, that's okay because with how the circles have looked and everything like that, you shouldn't expect too many teams to be on the south side of where Silent Alliance are, but it's just something they will want to be aware of, that if an engage happens from Scream Squad and they pick up an opening knock, it could spell big trouble.
How about these corners at this stage of the game is not going to be an issue when it comes to the river. It's not going to be taken into account. So a lot of teams are going to have a little bit of a sigh of relief that is not going to be in this game anymore. Though, good shots coming up from Dream. I have the impression in this lobby, I don't know if this is really different from PMPO in particular, but I have the impression the first person mode is used a lot more by these players to be a lot more precise, which I actually enjoy. I like seeing that switch to first person mode being a little bit more relevant in this lobby.
I don't know. I haven't really observed if there's a difference. I've noticed that there's been a general shift in the meta of players utilizing that switch to FPP mode, because we always know that FPP mode is generally a more confident or requires a lot more confident playstyle. And as players become more confident in general, utilizing that FPV mode only aids in that confidence to win out a 1v1, and it allows them to focus on that situation because there's less distractions either side to them. But that's certainly an interesting observation that I'll be keeping an eye on for the rest of the games, as VP Prodigy pushed in through Yasnaya and picked up a cheeky elimination for themselves.
Yeah, Galaxy Conqueror, they're on the eastern side of Yasnaya Polyana, so they're not going to be hoping to get too involved. They heard that gunshot too, especially coming out from Old Boy, so they are aware of a team being in that overall vicinity. But I'm intrigued. Backs, are they going to fully commit to that 2-2 split, or are they going to regroup on the plateau or in the compound? I think that one of those two options is better. Or we can even go 4-3-1, sending 3 players in the compound, 1 player over to the west, scouting, and then you instantly regroup if you want. I think there's a lot of options available for Backs to play around it, and during that time, DA, Digital Athletics, went for the compound right up north of their location. So overall, a lot of locations have been taken control of right now in Imperium. So now, if you want to get a really good spot, the only option is, unfortunately for a lot of these teams, to go for a breach.
Bax's 2-2 split is the worst of the options that they have in front of them, because if a team pushes them on the hillside, the players that are in the compound can't really support them, and that's going to leave those players exposed to another crash. And 3-1 full squad send is, my opinion, the best of the options that they have on board. Is not going to be the case, as Galaxy Conqueror are going to allow the side of VP Prodigy to get in front of them, but they do get the opening knock.
Oh, wow.
Second comes through. Swagger's just going to swag his way in. Is going to clutch on board.
He's took no damage. Okay, that's a lot of damage now. Maybe a little bit too much for VP Prodigy. Wait, how? Old Boy survived that. He just faced right through that one, it seems. Okay, my man looking good. And Old Boy still there trying to survive it versus Musty. He's down to the 1v1. Old Boy, can he make it happen? He's solo. He switches weapon right before the push. And Old Boy, not only does he survive, he gets the elimination and will get his team back up on their 2 feet.
Sloppy from both teams, but in the end, the masterclass, the talent, the experience from Old Boy individually comes out on top, and VP Prodigy keep their game alive. Galaxy Conqueror go out in 15th. 14 teams left. Back squad did decide to stick to that compound as a full squad, so I like that decision made. They have allowed First Army to overlook them on the hillside, but in my opinion, the best situation they could have asked for. A little bit of action coming down on the southern edge of the circle. Max with the side of Screen Squad trying to protect themselves against SAE and for the most part getting the better of it.
Well, at least all the team is rested up. Nice try on the spray, but unfortunately he doesn't have the HP to make it work out. And that is just surrounded. I'm surprised there's not just a single nade getting in that building. And they had ample opportunities to make it work out. Kraken though, last player remaining. Ahmed has a really good angle through that window. Hits one bullet actually. Oh, a little bit of a tough nut to crack, but that's going to be it. VP Prodigy, despite winning the last fight versus Galaxy Conqueror, will be taking the L and get eliminated in 13th.
Great push from Rom Squad. Broken VP Prodigy do get the better of in the end. And yeah, you're right. I think a cheeky nade would have probably been a cleaner way of closing that engagement. At the end of the day, they have the northeastern side of the circle locked all to themselves in the fields of Yasnaya. Emulate still in the compound in towards the center part of the circle. Back squad, like I said, full squad in those compounds that are looking quite good for the next phase, unless we do see another hard shift down towards the south. Angry team need to be aware that that 3-1 split is quite good, but one player knocked, they especially want to start to be proactive on their positioning. Maybe send Kalaji back up to the hillside as a full squad, or commit the whole team to the compound in the center of the circle.
Now my focus has drifted, Imperium, over to the side of Unique, Emulate, Big Baby, or even the side of Scream Squad. They want to push onto where Angry Team are currently playing from, but they're going to regroup, which I think is a very respectable play from Angry Team. Make sure you don't get caught out in that push, because you know the team is going to attempt to take it away, and one team is going to be pushing, but not the one I was expecting. Back squad looking for the push though, getting a little bit involved. Clash G going to try and buy himself a little bit of time for his team with that utility, with those nades. Not going to be able to hit any damage for the time being. But that nade is on point. Oh my word, how the hell did he get that? Looking amazing though. Angry Team losing one player, but still able to make a somewhat decent trade for it. Gave himself one elimination in the process. Clash G is going to be confirmed away. Sultan on the door angle. Not spotted away for now. That nade coming down. The nades are looking so good for Bax Esports. Gets behind that little position. Nice underthrow on the grenade. They do move away from that location. Otherwise, that might have been a double. He's just trying to choke them out of that position. Those nades are good from both sides, but so far, no one's able to take the win.
I like the fact that Angry Team haven't necessarily relied fully on this side of the wall, as have Bax Esports. Endred playing in towards the building. I'm a little bit surprised that Strong Union haven't looked for the third-party opportunity. They're in that building that's right to the west of where these two teams are fighting, but I also understand that they don't want to get involved because they don't quite have the right information.
Especially don't want to give up that position. If a team knows you left your compound, like, they're just going to snatch it for themselves. Especially, I'm looking at First Angel. They would be super willing to take that compound for themselves. So, not really willing to. Surprised the Sultan and Endrit did not try and play together that much there. They were a little bit split away, but didn't quite have the opportunity to regroup. And look at that. Once again, first-person perspective used by Snef. Trying to have a little bit of a better peek angle on the northeastern side towards where Unique are currently playing. But, yeah, not looking too good, unfortunately. It seems like that is indeed maybe going to be the end of the team they're dealing with. Go down southeast. So many pushes are happening right now in Imperium, and here you go. First Angel looking for the information. They have their eyes on the prize, and they want to take that position away from Strong Union, but it's going to require a lot of time and effort to make that push work out.
First, the side of Angry Team pushing down towards the compound has allowed Emulate to play on the eastern side of the circle extremely well. Over and Crest on board. This Big Baby have two players knocked.
How the hell did he see that? Oh my word. Okay, that's a double looking good for Lucifer. But Emulate still need to get a lot more done if they want to clear all of this mountain spot. Big Baby is going to be the next name on their list. One player down, looking for the second, and that will be the entire squad eliminated. But overall, you want to get Lucifer back on his 2 feet. That's the main focus. And the circle shifts over to the compound of Strong Union and Bax Imperium. So this fight, once you win it, that's great, but you need to go for another breach. So these teams are having no rest. They need to be relentless for the next 5 minutes.
Emulate up to 2 eliminations. Lucifer is knocked. Unique could third party this with Rom Squad, possibly Screen Squad, but they have 2 players knocked themselves as they're getting absolutely brutalized by Blackfire Beast on the other side of the road.
Yeah, easy pre-fire right behind the tree. They get it done. Boom goes to Dynamite, and got eliminated in 8. That's 5 eliminations to the name of it. Oh, good old Emulate, though, what's going to be their next target? They've still got 4 players. They can make anything happen. The world is the limit, but also Stream Squad get eliminated away, and that is such a good clear. Emulate as a 4-man crew clear all of the mountainside, and now as a 4-man crew, which is what you need, they will be looking to breach this compound right in the next few seconds.
It was still a 6 elimination game for Screen Squad, so not a bad result. But again, with Emulate still alive in up to 7 points themselves, we could easily see Emulate come out on top of the leaderboard after this 3rd game of the day.
Yeah, if you want to see a new first place team in the name of Emulate, this is the game where it should happen. You need to get as many points as you can to create, not only overtake the side of Scream Squad, but create a little bit of a cushion in your favor. First Angel with a smoke trying to prepare those cars. They want to prepare themselves for that push. Got to heal up. Blackfire Beast eliminated in 8th position, actually. That was 7 teams still up and running about.
5 teams, you
now.
mean?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah. It's going down. Sorry. I mixed that one up a little bit. But Tonoli, though, trying to deal with the opposing squad. And that's a nice double jump shot. And Emulate losing everyone by the second. And not pushing it together, Imperium. That's the main big issue with that one. And that's about it. Emulate get eliminated away. And Bax will be picking up all those points for themselves.
Bax Esports have been able to survive a hell of a lot of damage coming their way. They made the crash from the compound they held onto a couple of circles ago into First Angel. They got the better of First Angel for the most part with a little bit of a third-party help, but they pushed and crashed in and towards the compound, and they're into the top 4, so a very rewarding game from Bax Esports.
I was hoping for the Golden Panthro to Kikaro, but not going to go for it just yet. But still 7 elimination, 1,324 damage for this team. And counting. Looking for a little bit more potentially. Maybe a double-digit elimination game would be looking fantastic on their side. But it's great, and this is why I'm happy the Strong Union did not push that fight earlier. They're cohabitating. It's like a symbiotic relationship. They're just both defending that exact position. One team defends the west, one team defends the east. You secure a 2nd place minimum by doing this. Those Strong Union here, they're allowing them to get a little bit too close here. The smoke road is good on the side of First Angel. But now the mollies, now the nades, they should be coming out. They are in utility range. But nothing really comes out, and they suffer very little to no damage and still get to knock onto Kiss You 2K. First Angel are keeping the dream alive here, Imperium.
Strong Union knew that they allowed the side of First Angel to move up in towards the edge of the building, and they instantly scaled back, being aware that some utility was most likely going to head in their direction inside the building. It's still a little bit even Stevens, and I could see Strong Union turn this fight around, but allowing First Angel to make it to the side of the building is not the best way to win.
Okay, Jewelry looking to defend the staircase position. Gets the info, goes up with UMP, great weapon to laser down those staircases, but on the side, no reverse nades from First Angel. Surprising they could just nade the entire first floor of this building and maybe get out with 3 extra eliminations, but don't make it work out. Time to heal up. On the side, Team Unique did indeed close the gap onto the side of Bax. Let's see if Unique can actually make it work out. 2 fights about to break out. Speak down the staircase and go straight back to where he will go. He's back
One
up
thing
there.
is, I could see any one of these 4 teams winning.
There you go. KCGK gets knocked away, and it's time to go for the full-on push. But wow, suffering some really big 2nd-degree burn damage. And that's going to be it for him. Also gets eliminated away. First Angel don't have those nades in hand, though. You're going to try and play around these mollies if they can. Picking up the staircases. You're going to have to go for the push. They are reloading currently. This would be the good time. Seemed like they didn't quite get the audio cue. Gonna try and get himself down. 19 bullets remaining, and they clear it out. He picks it up. Snoopy clears the entire building. 9 eliminations for First Angel. A Strong Union drop dead.
Good job by First Angel. Like I said, the second they allowed First Angel to make it to the side of the building is always going to be harder to defend. I made note that it could be any one of these 4 teams. Still think it could be any one of the 3 teams. Let's see where the next circle shifts. I'd like to see it go north away from both of these buildings. Fortunately, it goes down south in between the 2 of them.
First person still being used by Snef, seeming like it's his perspective of preference. Ah, man, it's insane to think like what it would look like if a single nade was present. Seems like they want to push it though. Kikaro is going to be there leading the march forward for his team. Or pre-fire that exact position. They know he can't go in the blue zone. Phase 8 damage, he would take too much damage. He can't win the fight. He's peeking right through the window. That was so risky. But now he's going for the fight right through that entire position. Not able to get himself the knock, and now the teammate's going to join him up, and that's it for Unique. They get clutched upon, and Bax will be able to come out on top, but they saw the knock. And First Angel, they know this is their one shot of redemption. This is their one shot for the chicken dinner of Game 3. Now the shot coming on through. He doesn't have much to work with here. The bullet's already going low. He might want to go for the res on his teammate, but I just don't expect it to really work out. And that's about it. Eliminated from the game, and First Angel will be securing the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
It's the way it ended up working out, right? Because when they got rid of their opposing team that was in towards that building, where they pushed in and they took them out in the form of, oh my god, I forget, Strong Union, there you go. It made it so much easier for them to third party. Unique, I don't know what that push was, right? One going through the window was certainly a risk, but the second he successfully made it into the window, the other player should have actually have gone into the blue, gone on the other side, and then they would have pincered one of the Bax players, but they didn't do that. They got knocked one by one, they got squad wiped, and yeah, Bax got themselves 2nd place because of Unique's mistake.
Yeah, I think that in Unique's specific position, maybe why they wanted to push it, they were scared of nades, but I think that when you've been in that exact spot for that long, you can assume that the opposing team you're dealing with, which in that case is Bax, does not have that utility to back it up, and in that case, you can take the slower approach, and I think that was maybe what they should have tried to play for around that time. Didn't quite work out for them, unfortunately. They still gave themselves a good old podium finish, the 3rd place, which Unique are enjoying so far in this tournament, I've got to tell you that much. No chicken dinners, though, so far, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of Unique. They got themselves 2 2nd places yesterday, now they get themselves a 3rd place here. Looking pretty good when it comes to potentially qualifying for their respective PMNC, but that's going to be it for our 3rd game of the day. We've still got 2 more games before we know which teams will be moving on to the next stage of PUBG Mobile Esports.
scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And the Angels are finally able to get themselves their do deserve chicken dinner here, and it was in great fashion. That symbiotic relationship in the two compound position was played down to a T, and the timing to close it off was also down to a T. So a lot of T's in one sentence, but I'm going to bring in Imperium here that does not have a T in his name. Like that, we just get rid of all the T's, and yeah, that's the thesis, I guess. I don't know.
If I had a T in my name, where would you put that T?
Interium. I put it there.
Interium, okay. You have permission if you want to call me Interium for the rest of the broadcast.
Let's change that. Wait, I got to point it. Let's change that to a T. Let's get rid of it. Let's change it right now. Okay. He's actually gonna do it. I'm actually scared of him.
Please. Probably will, no Phil. On a side note, not to take away from the game, you didn't even notice that I changed shirt.
You didn't? Yeah, because my eyes just were looking for like flashy colors, and it didn't flash for me. And it's like it's so in tune with my shirt too.
I even got Instagram messages about it. Others noticed it, but you didn't. Thought you cared, Max.
Yeah. No, I'm French. Caring is one thing we do not do over here.
No
then we're going to be looking and caring about exactly how many points were taken home by some of our teams, especially First Angel. How many points did they take over this last match? And they took home 25 points, 10 elimination, and 15 placement points from that chicken dinner. They needed it, Imperium, if they wanted to try and contest and secure a spot for the PMNC, and this is definitely going to put them back in the race.
Great result for First Angel, backs Esports as well, and even Unique. Emulate, they just continue on the right path, right? At this stage, they've kind of done the foundational work. They've done the preparation in day one, and day two is just a walk in the park, where they don't need to secure chicken dinners, just have a couple of consistent results on board, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly what they're doing right now. Unique need to secure more points if they want to be potentially securing the spot for the respective PMNC. Though a little bit lower, Scream Squad still 8 points. This is a bad game for Scream Squad. It's like when they get barely below 10 points. It seems pretty insane. So that is hyper consistent from these guys. Love to see it, but Emulate did get more points. And that's where the spooky thing comes into play. We'll see. They're heading onto the second page, and I believe we're going to see Big Baby there. Yep. We are. Oh, hey, 4 points. Able to give himself 3 eliminations. That's infinitely more than what they had before this game. So it's an improvement on that end. They actually got eliminations. So keep it up, boys.
And yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's genuinely not even in a like a memeing way. It's seriously well done, Big Baby. Right? We're all human. We aren't always in a position where we're going to succeed, right? It's clearly very tough for Big Baby. I made note during the game that they've showed definitely signs of being able to rotate in the early game, but not really putting up a fight is the big reason why they're going down. And seeing them get 3 eliminations, well done, guys. Like, seriously, well done.
Look, I'm a little bit harsh on the guys, okay? I do feel bad for being a little bit harsh, but in terms of rotation, they aim for like one of the game-winning positions in that game pretty early on. There was like 4 or 5 teams, so it's not easy to come out alive, but in terms of macro, they did aim for a really good position, so want to see more of that. Hopefully that will be the case. They're looking at the top damage here. First Angel going to be up there, but a few teams are almost tied up there. You got First Angel, you go south the side of Bax Esports, also you have Emulate and also Scream Squad, which are clearly some of our now big hitters when it comes to Erangel matches in particular.
I also, give or take, yeah, the big hitters being in the top 8, there is definitely a spread of damage because of how the circle shifted, and we had a couple of key areas that were very well occupied for the majority of the game, whether it's the hill over the compound that the circle ended, whether it was the hill to the north of the road, whether it's around the kind of Yasnaya field area. Throughout these circles, teams did what they could to lock down and control those areas, so a lot of damage was dealt across the board, especially from the top 8.
Yeah, they're looking on the second page of the top damage done by some of these squads. Going to see, of course, some lower numbers, as you could expect on the second page, but man, we're not seeing the DA results we wanted, Imperium. I'm being spooked out right now with DA. They started the day really well, exactly how they should have, with their 17-point first game, but it is falling off. And I think that now is only 2 games remaining, Imperium. Tell me if you agree or not, but I think you're going to agree that this is the point where if you are very low in the rankings, chances are you are not going to make it to your PMNC, right? Unless you have like back-to-back chicken dinner. I'm talking like massive eliminations per chicken dinner. Then maybe, but right now if you're solo like this in like 15th, 14th position, like it's pretty much GG.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really want to talk about Digital Athletics anymore because not in a hugely negative way, but it's the kind of thing where we're getting so close to the end of the tournament. The teams up around the kind of top 8, top 7 have done so much to keep themselves on the radar that the more time I speak about Digital Athletics, the less time I should be notably speaking about the teams that deserve. And that might sound harsh, but when Digital Athletics show us something more, we'll talk about them. For the last 2 games, they haven't done anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit of a tough start after that first initial 17-point win. Not win, sorry, it was a 17-point game that they were able to get on the first match. It was a little bit of a tough one. We'll have to see. Though, when it comes to the MVP, who takes the MVP on this one? I'm thinking it might be a player of backs. And no, I am wrong. Once again, what a surprise. Snoopy from First Angel is going to be able to get himself the MVP with the 4 elimination. 777 damage. My man just hit the jackpot, Imperium.
You could have put a number of players up there, right? I wouldn't have predicted any of the First Angel players. Much like I highlighted in the top 8. 777. He should definitely. That's a 3 in a row kind of money-winning number, and
that's why
conversion rate. Oh yeah.
That's why. Get it?
I wasn't. I think I was. Yeah, I think it just tuned out for that split second.
Yeah, man. Just like Snoopy, you're not getting peanuts, Imperium, after that one. I'm sorry to tell you, man. That's it. That's done. Because you're old, like you used to watch Peanuts, right? Used to watch them.
Yeah, I'd read the comics as well.
You were part of the comics generation.
In the newspaper. Well, there was always that like comic strip in the back of the newspaper.
So you didn't lie when you said you lived 1 billion years ago. I truly understand. It was truly in fashion. They're looking at the rankings, intrigued to see who's going to be in that first place position. Emulate, after that one, seemed like they will be able to take it away, and it is indeed the case. 105-point teams finally able to breach that 100-point barrier in 8 games total. It's still close between these 2 teams, and I don't think it's a close race when it comes to 3rd place. I think the VP Prodigy will struggle to potentially catch up to those 2 teams if it keeps remaining consistent like that at the top.
The top 4 teams are all EU based, by the way, on a side note. So Blackfire, Beast, although they're in 4th, they're still not in the European slot for the PMNC. First Angel, what a fantastic turnaround, by the way. They started today, Max, in 12th place, and they've jumped up to 5th. They've scored pretty much the same amount of points they did in the whole of 5 games yesterday in the first 3 games today. Really incredible turnaround from First Angel. Well done, guys.
Yeah, and they are also, got to keep in mind, they are part of the Turkish teams, Imperium. So
exactly.
Right now, this team is looking great to qualify for the PMNC, and they're currently the 1st place team when it comes to Turkey. So looking absolutely amazing for this team. We'll see if they can hold on to their pole position when it comes to the Turkish squad. They're heading on over to the 2nd page, and this is at this point of the tournament where you do not want to see your team name. And unfortunately, Black Sparks, they are going to be exactly there. And it's a little bit scary because they're also an EU team, right? So this is not looking great for their chances to qualify in PMNC.
No, not at all. No value, despite being in 10th, Max, are actually the third qualified Turkish team. Now, they're only 3 points ahead of Rom Squad, so with 2 games left, look, it could be themselves, it could be Rom Squad, it could be Galaxy Conqueror. Low-key, even want to say it could be Digital Athletics, despite us being harsh, but I have to highlight it from a mathematical point of view. With only 2 chances left, requires the best of the best in terms of results.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, DA can still make it happen, but we kept hyping them up, and our expectations just kept crumbling away every single time. We want to see them step it up. We want to see them back up. You know, the points that we made on the first day of the tournament, that was DA aren't going to pick up any players, right? And I still stand by that. We see some good plays from them, but when it comes to consistency, it seems like they're just not there quite yet. And I want to see that extra change, though. When it comes to being consistent, one map that it's very hard for you to remain consistent, right? It is going to be Sanhok. And going into this, some surprises and upsets might be happening, so we're going to have to wait and see. And hopefully the teams that are looking to have a good game will be able to perform here.
I will say that the Sanhok game that we saw yesterday, I think, was kind of one of the most competitive games that we've had so far. And maybe it's because we have a lower standard of Sanhok, so that kind of, you know, weighs it up in a good way. But I think a lot of teams played the map very well. They set themselves up in the right way, and they certainly played some fundamentally positive moments to do what they could to get a good result. So I'm kind of coming into this game with higher expectations, and I hope the teams live up to it.
So, okay, expectations. When it comes to Sanhok Imperium, my expectations, you want to know how many I have? 0. I have no expectations. We'll see how the teams will be able to deal with it. But I'm harsh, okay? I don't even I don't even hate Sanhok that much, Imperium. It's just that there's Sanhok and there's no Vikendi. And that's what really triggers me. That's what gets me going. I'll never see a castle finish again like we had in PMGC in 2020. And that's what gets my gears going. But you know what? We'll move on. See how things are going to go. Playing path doesn't matter. Who cares? Ratio plus fell off. Plus you asked. Because it's Sanhok. And the playing path doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm feeling very angry. I talked about Vikendi. It brought back some like childhood trauma, Imperium, of Vikendi not being in the competitive pool anymore. And I'm triggered. I'm angry.
You need a hug, Max?
Yeah, I do.
Honestly, if I was there, I'd give you a hug, dude.
Cheers. Firm handshakes. Let's go.
Angry team. Can't say that. Angry team in boot camp. Firm handshakes all around.
Yeah, I mean, because, like, Dr. Disrespect. That's what he said.
Oh. Can't say his name.
Oh, no, I can't say
that. Say that?
I'll say that.
It does.
Okay, true. Fair.
That's that
anyway, moving on. No. Moving on. Though, seeing how things are going to be going, Angry Team did go for the boot camp position. And, yeah, other than that, we have a really big split actually coming out from the side of Scream Squad onto the eastern side, northeast of Quarry, actually. So, yeah, a lot of edge drops, actually. Like, the center is really, really open. So, I really want to see how teams are going to try and play around that.
Well, the center, for the most part, outside of kind of Quarry, is always connected with split drops, right? And with only 2 Sanhok games, yes, I said that the likes of Sanhok and Miramar could be the kind of map where you're able to learn more heavily from the one game to another. It's still a risk to go for a split drop in Sanhok when you don't have too many games in that map in the same lobby under your belt. So I think that's definitely a bit of an influence on no teams dropping towards the center of the map. What I do like about the Phase 1 Max is that it's more heavily in the weight of the mainland, and that means that if it does once again shift over to the east on Phase 2, it will give teams a bit more comfort and a bit more confidence in controlling their position in the circle, which hopefully will lead to more competitive gameplay.
Yeah, you can basically put all of your eggs in one basket, and you should be pretty much safe in doing so in the process. So you can just go for the mainland, and you should be completely fine. We'll see how that's going to be working out. Now looking on the other side of the map, though, we're going to be seen on the west. It's going to be the Rinse position still played by a team. There's going to be BFB playing that spot currently. And I'm still intrigued. Are we going to be seeing a similar approach from Unique, which is try and play for the chicken dinner. You still go for the heal strat in terms of like you loot it up early game. And if you know your odds of a chicken dinner are not there, you start going for the heal strat. They did that yesterday. They knew they couldn't go for the win anymore, so they went for the heal strat, got a second place. And I'm hoping that if teams want to do heal strat this game, which I wouldn't be surprised, it's our penultimate match for the entirety of this event. I hope they pull it off in the same way Team Unique did yesterday.
Should Black Spark stick in Paradise Resort for a long period of time? I would argue they shouldn't, as we do see one of the players from Strong Union getting caught out on the western side of the island.
Yep, a little early elimination there, coming on good from Stanoli. I don't know why. I was really thinking at day one, but I was like, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it.
What?
Stanoli makes me really think of like a brand of spaghetti. I don't know.
Same here.
Maybe it is a brand of spaghetti, you know? There's nothing bad about that.
He actually tagged me on the Instagram story because I accidentally called him Tandoli instead of Tanoli. So I apologize and said I'll make sure and get it right from now on. So I've really been super conscious when his name has popped up on screen on screen to not say Tandoli and to just say Tanoli.
Just think of it like a spaghetti brand and you'll get it right every time. That's how I do it.
What's your favorite type of spaghetti?
What are these questions? Sometimes. Favorite type of spaghetti. I don't know. Gnocchis. I like gnocchis. Gnocchis are nice.
Is that a type of spaghetti?
I don't know. Is it?
Isn't it potato based? Isn't gnocchi potato based?
I don't know. I kind of was like maybe. You know what? Maybe my spaghetti knowledge is bad.
Weak, bro.
It's weak. My spaghetti game is weak. What's that about? Damn. I don't know.
Those are basic.
Like, the normal. I don't know all the names of spaghetti, man. I don't know. My favorite spaghetti is Tonoli. There you go. You happy now? That's it. It's my favorite.
See, honestly, if you had said that in the first place, it would have been automatic win. But
well, I don't know this brand of spaghetti. Seems pretty good. I'll have to try it one day, yeah?
In the end, the standout game is continuing as First Angel are going towards that North Bootcamp Hill, which I think is a great location to hold on to. I asked a question about Black Sparks holding on to Paradise Resort for too long. I said they shouldn't. They haven't done that. There's a bit of a risk of going so deep down south of Paradise. However, we're only 5.5 minutes in, so it's generally safe in terms of not getting caught off with guard, not getting engaged upon, and they have a great hillside that they're able to lock down in the center of the circle.
Yeah, and there's a really big vacuum to fill in the middle of the map, right? We talked about it early on in this game. There was a lot of edge map drops from a lot of these squads, so you know what, got a vacuum to fill, just get in that position. I would like to see potentially Bootcamp Hill down south taken over by one of these teams. I think it could be, for example, No Value could go for that spot. Really good when it comes to scouting. And other than that, I think most good positions are already overtaken, so there's not really too many options currently. Otherwise, you might have to go for like good second-grade compounds for the time being, which is not really that much of an issue. Yeah, otherwise, teams are already on the move, trying to move in, though we are still seeing a lot of the teams that did drop on the Southern Western Island Imperium still very slow when it comes to rotating. And normally, if you want to go for the heal strat, that is the island you go for. No? And I think that could be maybe a playstyle from Big Baby and also Unique.
I think for Big Baby, as much as I certainly justifiably kind of complimented them on their improvement of eliminations from the previous game, with how they've played as a whole throughout this finals, heal strat would be a great way for them to secure double-digit points in this game. Yeah, we highlight that the best of a heal strat is when it's that plan B. For Big Baby, they haven't proven themselves as a team that can kind of execute that plan B in terms of being aggressive as a 3-person team and getting a couple of eliminations or even getting a squad wipe, and then that solo player heals off to pick up an even greater placement result.
You know what, Imperium? I'm going to do something that I'm not sure has ever been done in the casting world of esports. I'm going to disagree with my own point that I just made.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which, heal strat for Big Baby, in my eyes, even if they do try and do it, makes no sense. Because they're so far behind, just getting a few placement points would not be enough. You would need to get, I don't know, chicken dinner with like 10 eliminations, so heal strat, If it is a plan B, they want to go for, sure, that's fine. But if it is the main plan, they don't do it. It's not worth it. You're not going to get anything from it. You're aiming to just get a few extra points here this game and potentially get in 15th. If you're lucky, maybe 14th after these 2 games, and you'll get an extra few $100 bucks in your pocket because they know they're not qualifying for their respective PMNC. You're aiming purely for prize point increases, maybe also experience. That could be their goal. So just got to keep that in mind.
Okay, so phase 1 is getting towards the end. I really hope phase 2 shifts over to the east because the majority of the teams are on that mainland, right? I think 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 16 teams are outside of the mainland, which is, in my opinion, a good thing. I like that Black Sparks actually shifted a bit more heavily down south because that Northern Quarry Hill is such a good spot to have locked down. And I noticed and observed that nobody was really around that area, and Black Sparks shifting further down south, getting a bit of an idea, has, in my opinion, put them in arguably the best spot of this current circle and for this part of the game. Back Esports as well in their own right on that eastern hillside of Quarry is pretty good, but as a circle, unfortunately, has shifted over to the west. It does put them in a harder path to rotate around that Quarry and into the deeper part of the circle.
So we have 3 options here, or we get like a normal circle that goes towards, like, I don't know, the northeast of Painan, something like that, or we get a bootcamp finish, or the circle is a really big hard shift, then it goes towards trifecta, and then you have no idea what the hell's going to happen. So, yeah, I'm a little bit spooked out by what I'm seeing here, but I'm still surprised, Imperium, that no value have yet to take bootcamp hill. It would have been great, and our team has actually leapfrogged them. They're right above, north of their location, and if they want to rotate there, it's not going to be an easy one to pull off, so... Yeah, I think they could have got there. The circle would be fantastic for them to play that spot for information gathering and even to facilitate further rotations because you're really close to everything from that spot. So yeah, I expected them to go there, and you never know, a team might be just trying to snatch it away for themselves. But also, I don't know, maybe teams also presume a team is there already because it's so good. Like, we're not going to push because we don't know.
There's nothing wrong with sending one player up there, right?
He dies.
I know Sanok and losing a player. Jesus, bit harsh.
Send whoever has less Twitter followers.
If it was a team of, Kalaris, you and Jason, they'd send you up there.
Actually, I don't like these rules. Can we change the rules?
There you go. But there isn't anything wrong with sending one player up there to scout, especially in the first couple of circles. I am curious on your thoughts, though, Max, of First Angel still being in boot camp. I get that it's technically worked out with this phase 2 shift, but hanging on to it for the whole of phase 1, I think it has overall been fundamentally a bad idea.
I'll answer the question after this fight that's happening right now. Seeing that's going to be good. We're currently on the more southern eastern edge of like boot camp, a little bit further away, potentially like 100 meters. So actually no, 500 meters, should I say? NSC gets confirmed away. That's going to be another elimination. Dreams gets taken out by Clutch. Yeah. So to jump on your topic, then I think it's okay for them to hold on to boot camp currently. They are in a wide split though. I just hope that if a team decides to breach that location, they're like regroup a little bit closer quarter combat. Right? That's what I really want to see. Just as long as you're respectful from teams trying to push you, that's what I really want to see from a team that is trying to play boot camp. Here we go. Screen Squad backs getting pushed up.
Yeah, Screen Squad seem to have, like, even though they've gotten okay result in the first 3 games, I kind of want to be a bit harsh. They've gone in the wrong direction, right? This rotation on phase 2 was incredibly narrow-minded, not watching their backs, coming up on that kind of North Quarry Hill, expecting it to be empty, and Black Sparks takes advantage of them.
Back to power, as you would say, Imperium here coming up versus Whiskey of Black Sparks. So that 180 has the pin, there's no way. Tries to go for the pre-fire, actually gets the knock. The Cody is really good execution from Whiskey's side, but the counter nade from DA is a little bit too good. But they're also going to be the end third party themselves. Man, this is an all over the place fight. And you don't want to lose DA. 2 games in a row. I believe they got 0 points 2 games in a row right now, Imperium.
Yes.
Yeah, just you don't want to see that again. That's all I'm going to say.
Whiskey is playing for Black Sparks. As far as I know, this is one of his first games for Black Sparks. I don't remember him playing any of the games yesterday. Good to see him being featured. He is a player with a decent bit of talent followed by Blend and Luffy, the stalemates for Black
Luffy.
Sparks across multiple roster changes. See what the team can do as they look to get the better of DA.
Still sad that the entire team is not named after like Straw Hat characters. Would have loved it. Would have been my favorite team by far of any team, but hasn't happened yet. We'll see. Though Circle does move away, and yeah, a proud weep though. You got to represent the One Piece squad. So yeah. By the way, One Piece is going on break like next week, so you're gonna see me depressed for like an entire month. Well, there's no episodes coming out. It's gonna be so sad.
Okay. The circle shifted. It went back down the southeast. So luckily, once again, the mainland is the majority of the circle. I do have to respect No Value, right? Because it chose not to go to north-south bootcamp hill as Clutch gets knocked. But because they've committed to this area, they moved into a central compound position, and they have a great spot. So as much as they didn't go where we would prefer to see them go, they've adapted to their decision, and they've made the most of it.
Man, I don't say it very often, but that was literally a perfect grenade onto Sanford Collage. That was so good coming out from Bax, and now they can want more control of this high ground position, but they're on the edge of the circle. Odds are the circle's not going to be in their favor next time around, though DA looking to not be pushed too far back here, ready to take a 4-on-4 fight, which DA need the eliminations, if I have to be completely honest, Imperium. They need those elims, like right now. And Bax here, their backs against the wall, against the edge of the circle. DA really have the advantage. They can really decide what they want to do with this, so Bax got to be careful how they're going to play this one.
Angry team, in my opinion, should be getting out of dodge of bootcamp as quickly as possible. At least as 1 to 2 players minimum on a side note. Digital Athletics are at least holding on. They have themselves back up as a full squad despite one player getting knocked initially at the hands of Black Sparks. So the resilience is there inside this Sanhok play game as nades get thrown out by Bax Esports just to try and suppress DA in the right way and create a lot more of a rotational path. If not, even send the side of Digital Athletics closer to other teams such as Galaxy Conqueror.
Oh no, Swagger's getting close. Luffy's just around the corner, but I think he heard Swagger walk for a second there. Like, Luffy is 100% looking in his direction.
Yeah.
So just got to be careful what Swagger's next move is going to be. I'm okay with Angry Team not moving just now, but my big issue is that if the circle's not in their favor the next shift, they need to move like instantly. They have no waiting time. They need to be ready. And right now, on their split, they are not ready to move in case of a hard shift. Like, they are not ready. They're going to have to regroup, push as a team afterwards. Like, right now, they're doing a 1-1-1-1 in boot camp.
There you go.
And this is like the worst case scenario. Hard shift down south. They're going to have to go uphill versus BFB. You need to get ready and prepared to move out like in the next 10 to 15 seconds.
They put all their eggs in one basket, and that's it. And it's being thrown on the floor, and all the eggs are cracked off this circle shift that's gone heavily down south. Painan and the hill to the north of Painan is still in place, so it's great for Rom Squad. They have a good spread. Unique are in the compound that's directly in the center of the circle. And No Value, they got a knock and I believe an elimination onto one of the Black Sparks players, so they are being proactive in the compound that's on the eastern side of the circle.
Okay, it's pretty proactive indeed. Leon, great clutches in the last few games, but Swagger was spotted out. Gotta be careful how you're gonna move this one. Though Unique, really strong compound to play from. Though Painan being currently unoccupied. Strong Union could play that position. Rom Squad could also decide to play what I like to call in the past the Kanina Mountain. Which they're gonna try to play from that position currently. And yeah, Rumba spotted out, and Luffy will not be taken out. He is still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his time to strike. As DA and Galaxy Conqueror get slowly but surely closer to one another. And that's the push. DA want this fight. They want those eliminations once again. Not versus the side of Bax, but this time versus Galaxy Conqueror.
Oh my god. By the way, Luffy of Black Sparks is in the mix of Digital Athletics. He's right in between those players. They have no idea he's there. That's the definition of snake in the grass. As Luffy is going to have a couple of shots in his direction. He is going to be at the hands of Emulate, who did, I believe, either take shots towards them or at least do some kind of damage, and he's going to get taken out.
I thought Luffy was made of rubber. Those bullets not supposed to do any damage to him. What's going on? So, First Angel here going for their own respective push. They do lose one player, but they still have Snoopy. The man is still there, ready to make some absolute hell happen over here. Sees GA on the side. Oh, peeks up. Unfortunately, did not have the target in mind. That's an instant trade-off. And now they're down to 2. They did get a res, but unfortunately, Swag was not able to really make it work out in his favor. First Angel trying to gate to the side of DA. DA now slowly but surely going to be engulfed in the blue zone. They can't wait any longer. They need to go for the full-on push. Ceylon cannot do anything against the side of First Angel, and now only player remaining is going to be Peaky, as he's slowly but surely inside the blue zone and having to try to escape.
Yeah, he's most likely going to be Peaky, blinded by the blue and the teams that are rightly in front of them. Galaxy Conqueror were also getting involved as a bit of a third party. Virtus or VP Prodigy were around that kind of northeastern edge as well, and they got absolutely drowned out as Emulate have Angry Team pushing on them from the hill above.
Yeah, Angry Team were just forced to make those decisions. Luckily enough, they are picking up a few eliminations, so looking good. But Emulate will maybe still able to fight their way back, and they did have one player knocked away as Sultan. Panic was flushed out. So it seemed like them delaying this did hurt them really significantly, and no value on still getting the third party from the great angle down south. So yeah, it's only Cloudsley now that's going to be able to climb his way up the hill, and I don't think as a solo he'll be able to do really too much here. Nice little attempt on the spray. Going to go for the first aid, but during that first aid, he's going to get pushed up, and I'm not really expecting him to come out on top though. Wants to confirm as many eliminations as he can while he's still alive, but instantly pushed out. Emulate able to clear out the entirety of the northeast, and now might be able to push on BFB.
I tell you what, Bax Esports have had the best game so far, even though they don't have, actually no, Bax have 6 eliminations. Yeah, they played this game extraordinarily well, right? They were in around the same area as Black Sparks earlier on in the game. They avoided it. They played down on the south side. They've ripped apart Rom Squad. Now they have a not the easiest, but one of the easier entry points into the edge of the circle. And I think they've done a great job of playing this game.
Nice shot from Joker from the side of BFB, and that's going to be it for Emulate as they get eliminated in 9th position. Only 18 still up and running about. But Unique have been really silent this game, which means that they have an insane amount of utility in their arsenal, and if you get remotely close around their walls, they're going to nade you. No afters get knocked away, and that's... Oh, the angle from Joker is disgusting. That's a double looking for it. Maybe looking for a triple as no value have their last player of Anchor 99 looking to make his way into the circle. The smoke does give him a little bit more respite, but it's not really going to last Imperium. And man, Blackfire Beast have the great angle. They need to make use of it because only 20 seconds on, and they're going to have to move away from the spot.
Why so serious? More like why so out in the open? No value. You get ripped apart, and Blackfire Beasts are there to pick up all of the eliminations. The circle centers, the compound held onto by Unique is still inside the circle. They have a 3-1 split. Arguably, they want to kind of transfer the 3-1 split from one side of the compound to the other because the northern side of the compound, northern side of the road, has the better building that they're able to lock down as a 3-person team.
Oh, great spray from Kissy2K. Though he got to be aware where are the other players. He doesn't know that they're solo on this position. They have to leave. The blue zone's forcing them away from this spot. At least they have a little bit of a dip to play from, so they're going to be safe somewhat from the side of Big Baby, but not really going to be safe on the side of Unique, and that's the thing. Unique have the angle. Flax is going to be taken down, and Toffees gets those elims with the rest of his team, and that's Strong Union eliminated in 5th. 4 teams still up in this game, aiming for this 4th and almost final chicken dinner of the day. Well, Spencer's going for the heal-off strat.
Spidenchik, the best of both worlds. That plan B right from Bax Esports, incredibly valuable. The amount of eliminations that they got throughout the game allowed them to pick up the utility of their opponents as Blackfire Beast. Not much they can do as they try to push down the hill onto Unique's compound.
Yeah, Fro trying to be a bro, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for him. Circle, no one's in there just yet, but you know that Unique are going to have priority when it comes to that spot. The thing is, Unique, I still think have the first stage. That's the cool thing about the heal strat, right? You get an insane amount of meds, but you still aim for the win. And here, they might just get the win. They got 2nd place yesterday off the heal strat, and here they're going for the win. They might just get themselves the chicken dinner. This is how you play Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. This is a prime example of it.
Like, Kikaro's 14 first stage, so they were setting up for... I mean,
exactly, 100% they were. But they got the win now, potentially in their back pockets. And if they take damage, well, unlucky rubber ducky, they got an insane amount of first aid. So, Tough luck, my guy. So, Big Baby going to get slowly but surely in nade range. They spot an angle. Panthers out of the game, eliminated in overall 4th. While side of backs are still healing in the blue. As a fight versus time, backs will he be able to survive long enough before Big Baby get eliminated, or will he go down first to the blue before Big Baby get eliminated? We'll see. Big Baby still have a chance to make it out alive. I say it and I jinx it. That's it. 1 player knocked out, 2 more remaining, 1 in the blue trying to go for the heal strat. Backs do get eliminated, so 2nd place confirmed for Big Baby. And they get the 2 limbs that was the most important. As 1 player remains in the blue and he commits to the heal strat. And this will be a unique chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok.
The most important chicken dinner they could have asked for coming into the final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, Max. It really, like, they were coming into this game on 70 points, about 13 points behind VP Prodigy, who were the 3rd place European team. VP Prodigy went down early.
Yeah.
Unique got themselves, what, minimum, I think, 20 points?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
final game, it's going to be close.
Every time a team does a heal strat now, I just want to clip this game and just send it to them like, this is how you do it. This is how you do a Sanhok match. If you want to have the heal strat as an option, not as a playstyle, this is how you make it happen. And man, Unique, they were fighting, right, for those extra positions because that prize pool really increases significantly if you're towards those poles position. So games like this are really going to set them apart and start to create a little bit more of a cushion even for them, I would have to say. But there's only 1 more game remaining after this one, Imperium. There's only 1 more game remaining before we know which is going to be the champion here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, and which will be the 6 teams to move on to the PMNC from Turkey and also PMNC for Western Europe Conference. It's only a matter of time, just a few minutes before we know who's going to be the ones able to take and hold high that trophy, for some of them being their very first time in a competitive environment like this and actually able to secure a 1st place trophy finish would be absolutely amazing.
Big Baby. We gotta highlight them, right?
True.
Coming into today's game, 0 eliminations, a minimum amount of points. They were like a small fish in a big pond. But I gotta say, a good glow up and a 2nd place in Sanhok. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
You never know, another game like that and they might be able to get themselves a little bit of an increase in that prize money for themselves. But that's going to be about it for us right now. We got 1 more game remaining. We're going to be seeing who's going to be able to become the champion here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The last time we see Sanhok over here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO, and what a finish it has been, and unique! Truly shown that the heel strap does not have to be a real heel strap. You can actually get wins after committing to a heel strap. Here we go, back once again, and going to see who's going to be able to get himself the win on the last game of the entire event, and who will be qualifying to the highly convoyed PMNC for Europe and Turkey. Imperium, we're back once again, and intrigued to see how things are going to be wrapping up here.
Bax put up a good showing as well in the Sanhok game, picking up a number of eliminations and a third place finish. So as much as Unique putting pressure on the likes of VP, Prodigy, Blackfire Beast, Bax Esports, the race for the top 3 of the European region, like I said, just getting so close coming into the final game.
Really happy to see what the overall rankings are going to be looking like heading into our final game of the tournament. Here is going to be game number 10. But before that, we've got to see how many points were really taken back by some of these squads. And 26 points, that's the number of points Unique will be taken home after that Sanhok match. 11 eliminations. And really, playing that central compound, they were not contested by any team whatsoever. And well, that utility made it just so much easier for them to hold down the fort. And Unique really, I think, becoming a threat now towards the end of this tournament. And can be climbing a lot higher potentially if they get another game like this.
Yeah, they need another game like this, right? Yeah. That's the way I would look at it. Dish Athletics with 10 points, positive. No Value with 7 is okay, in the right direction. Similar with the likes of Strong Union. One thing that I noticed though, Max, is no Emulate, no Scream Squad in the first page.
Yeah, but you're also not seeing VP Prodigy, right? And they were the team that was right behind them. So I don't think they're threatened just yet. Potentially in the next game, because they're not going to be able to build a cushion anymore. That could be where things are a little bit scary. 1 point for the side of Scream Squad, and Emulate get himself a total of 4 points. Though, VP Prodigy not going to be falling too far behind here with those 3 points. So you never know. There is an opportunity here for another team to climb their way into the podium finish to put themselves in that top 3. So, man, the top 3 might be a little bit different after this last game.
I can't wait, you know, and like I said, we're coming into the final game, so of course time is running out. Let's look at the damage from that game in total, and within reason, typical Sanhok-esque numbers, right, Max? You know, no team with over 2,000 damage. You have a couple of teams on just over 1,000 damage, and the eliminations are spread out.
Yeah, looking all good overall. Nice little Sanhok spread, as we like to say. Very Sanhok-y type numbers. But though looking at the second page, it sucks too because DA got himself some nice eliminations and damage this game. But I still think it's a little bit late, I'm not going to lie, Imperium, unfortunately. Though, looking onto the second page here, yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams that we wanted to see at the top are not at the top. MLA's going to be down there still with at least 3 eliminations. Scream Squad also, and VP Prodigy was a good conversion rate for those 3 limbs, so it can't be shied at too heavily. But I really want to look at the overall rankings right now because I think that's going to be our big storyline builder for this last match. Is like, what do the overall rankings look like? Which team should we be focusing on to know exactly who's going to be trying to qualify for their regional PMNC? Because let's not forget, the whole point of this tournament, right, of course, other than like, you know, getting some training in and also taking home some of that prize pool,
money,
is to maybe begin and kickstart your PUBG Mobile Esports competitive career. And this is where it all starts. We'll have to see. But though, one player that might have a good shot at becoming a pro later on is the MVP of this match. Is actually going to end up being side of Unique. It's Toffiz with those 4 elimination and 706 damage.
Not surprised, he's been in professional leagues in the past with Unique, so it's, I would argue that it's about time that Unique as a whole and him individually kind of had a little bit of a highlight and had that step up in the right direction, and no better time for it to come, right? Because as much as it was a struggle bus of a start, at the end of the day, it's like they say, Max, not how you start, it's how you finish. For Toffiz, he's looking to finish off this tournament on a little bit of a good note.
Yeah, exactly, and also they're part of the European squads right now, so when it comes to Western Europe, there's a chance that Unique will be able to actually qualify Very intriguing to see. And I also was told just mere seconds ago by Niptora that in fact gnocchi is potato based. So Imperium did confirm it, and of course you should know that. But I got double confirmed. So it is Italian, right? I did get that right.
It is. Well, ooh, that's a good question in terms of the origins of gnocchi. As far as I know, it is Italian or origin. I know it's very positive in Spain as well. I'm getting off topic. You asked, I answered.
Origins gnocchi from the Italian word of noccio. I'll take that as a yes. Okay, that's fine. Looking at the overall rankings, though, we're going to be checking out exactly which position the teams currently are in before heading into game number 10. Numero 10. And currently, Emulate are up there with 109 points, only 6 points ahead of Scream Squad, but Unique. With that game, Imperium were actually able to push himself in that third position on the podium. Unique are standing strong. Wow. That is, I didn't expect this to change on that last game, but man, the surprise came in.
The top 5 teams are all EU. That's one thing to note, right? So when you're looking at the top 5 at the moment, you've got about 23 points dividing the top 5. And with 3 EU West spots available for the PMNC, at the moment it's Emulate, Scream Squad and Unique. That could very easily change in the final game, and we'll be looking out for it. Backs as well, on a side note, are also European based, so they are certainly in with a running on 83 points. First Angel are our first team at the moment on 80 points.
Yeah, intriguing to see actually, because normally we would see in PMPLs and such like the Turkish team's domination, but it is a bit.
I know, right?
EU best? Question mark? I think that we can't say very often, so we really need to harpoon that point home when it happens every once in a while. But No Value is going to be up in that 9th position. Also, might be having the chance to qualify for the Turkish side. We'll see how things are going to be panning out for this team. But then, as you go lower, Digital Athletics not able to move out of that 13th position. They need a win. I'm going to call it right now. If DA want the slightest chance to qualify to PMNC, we need to see a DA chicken dinner with a lot of elimination. If we do not see it, if they start losing players early game, it's GG. It's game over. We need to see DA step it up in this last game.
Yeah, of course. Do or die, now or never. It's the age-old saying, you've got 25 to 27 minutes to prove your worth and book your spot in the PMNC. Of course, all teams deserve a lot of credit for getting this far. Whether it's Big Baby, who's struggled up until this point, whether it's Silent Alliance EU, me actually of course listened to an interview with one of their players at the start of the day. They all deserve to get to this point, but this is also at the point where we separate the kind of the men from the boys, or the good from the bad, or the teams who are capable of reaching that next level. And with a minimum amount of spots available, you got to be able to put up the games when you can within the 10 results.
Yeah, and at the end it was like, what, 256 players from each region here, and then like combined is even more that you're dealing with, though. You're still part of the 16 best teams of those 2 regions for the in-app qualifiers here to make in the Snapdragon tournament here. So it's really intriguing to see what these teams have been able to work with, and I hope we see a lot more of them. There's been a lot of great individual prowess. And you know what? These players have been able to do great, and one of those reasons why they do so great is because this tournament is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They are helping us set up all of this tournament and help these teams maybe make it as future pioneers of PUBG Mobile Esports in the esports scene, which would be absolutely amazing. And truly, when winning matters, Snapdragon Elite Gaming are here for you. Truly, when does winning not matter? If you're a gamer, it always matters, so that is why they're here to support you today. But Imperium, predictions. I want to ask you right now. Are we going to be seeing... No, it's not going to be a team-based prediction, right?
Hey.
Are we going to be seeing a shuffle in top 3? Are we going to see like 3 different top teams in the podium finish here? Or are you going to think that the ones we have right now are going to stay put and stay up there?
We're going to see a shift in the top 3. Do you want me to be a little bit more specific?
Okay, you're really pulling my leg right now, Imperium, aren't you? Okay, I'm asking you, do you think we're going to have an upset? Okay? Do you think we're going to have an upset at the top?
Oh,
yes or no?
No. I don't think we're going to see an upset. I believe Emulate have been doing and are doing enough to solidify that first place, despite how close it is. The upset per se is, I think, Scream Squad could drop down to third.
Okay, and now I'm going to do a team-based prediction because I know you love those, Imperium. Scream Squad or Emulate? You choose one, I choose the other. I'll leave you choose first. Okay, great. I go with Scream Squad. Love it. Flip of the coin. We'll see how it's going to go. But yeah, of course, these are two teams that we're currently looking at as clear contenders to make it for the next stage. And I'm really interested to see how things are going to be working out for them. Though, is there any team in particular you would like to check out, Imperium, though, just to talk a little bit? Because I think we've got a lot of stories that have been built for the very first time for teams and players that we've never seen before in PUBG Mobile Esports. Like, is there a team you would like to spend a little bit of time talking about?
First Angel, right? Because like we talked about, First Angel are a team that are currently the best Turkish representatives, and I would really love to see them get higher in the overall standings, at least. Whether or not they, you know, obviously if they get higher up, they're absolutely guaranteed to be one of the Turkish representatives. But even just in terms of having that balance of EU and Turkish teams in the top 5,
yeah,
First Angel for me are a team that have that ability. They've been very balanced between eliminations and placement points. A tiny bit more heavily based on placement points. I think they've missed the mark on some of their engagements, some of their focus and some of their positioning.
Yeah.
But in terms of the fundamentals, they have that ability, right? You saw what they did on that push in that Arango game on the compound. And they got the chicken dinner based off that push alone, and yeah, that's certainly what they're capable of.
Yeah. And I don't know if you would agree with me, but I have the impression the First Angel are a very momentum-based team. You could almost kind of link it to Alpha 7 in the way they play. Like, they get themselves a really good game and they can build upon that and build some momentum a little bit. And we saw that actually in the last game of day 1, they got himself a 2nd place with 7 eliminations. A little bit of a rough start at today, but then they got himself, what was that, a 4th place with 2 eliminations, then a chicken dinner was 10 eliminations. Like, it does seem like they are feeling good. They are feeling at home currently in this tournament, and I feel like that's a very important mindset to have when you're in these events, especially if it's your first event, right? You want to feel comfortable in this type of lobby, and it does seem like they've kind of hit that threshold, and they could bring a really big upset. Like, before last game, they were in, what, 5th position with 73 points? So that's one of the few teams I have in my mind that, like, you know, an upset, never know. It could be the side of First Angel that will bring that to the table.
And outside of Team Unique, they've obviously been the most improved team today.
Yeah.
In terms of overall position, going from where they were at the start of the day of 12th into 7th place. That's a 5 position improvement. So that's why the momentum, as you pointed out, even though initially I was like, really, is it hard to kind of say that? You bring a very valuable point that I hadn't really considered. That momentum is there for First Angel. Let's see if they can do it in the final game. Again, I love the balance between Turkish and EU teams. As much as I love to see more EU teams in the top half of the standings, because I'm EU based, I always want to see a healthy balance.
Yeah, healthy balance, that's what we're going to be hoping for. Though I am seeing right now that the lobby is slowly filling up and we are getting ready to jump into our final game, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around with us for a few extra seconds. Though I am seeing one thing that I'm not very happy to see, Imperium. Not very happy to witness this.
Okay.
Angry team coming into this game as 3 players. And they are a team that could hope to get a few extra bit of money in their pocket if they got themselves a good game. This is not the best way to do it. Actually, no, they got 4 now. There was one player that was invisible. He was invisible. I swear, Imperium. I'm not blind. I swear he was not. He was not.
Look.
But he's there now.
thousands of others won't believe you, but I do. Don't worry.
It's okay. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 512 teams for the in-app qualifiers for Turkey and Western Europe. We're down now to 16, and after this game, 6 teams will be moving on to PMNC, Turkey and Western Europe, and potentially begin their career in PUBG Mobile Esports. It's game number 10 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO on their angle. I want to make it epic. Okay.
A great way. No, I love it. I was actually really feeling how you spoke there, man, and I'm always excited at the final game of a tournament, because not only as a commentator, you know, you want to be able to deliver the final moment excitement and the craziness that can be involved in that, and we always do our best to feel how the players feel. And I can only imagine how nervous they are, and for them to be able to kind of switch that off and focus and stick to their own game plan and have a successful end to the tournament, that deserves extra credit in its own right. I'm just excited to see who is going to do that. And what makes it even more challenging, Max, is we started with a military island finish, and certainly looks like we're going to end with the military island finish.
Oh, I can just imagine the sigh from all of these teams. Like, not again. Like, you started up with a Snapdragon Island, and you're going to bookend it with Snapdragon Island finish. And teams are going to have to adapt. Unfortunately, that's how the cookie crumbles. You got to deal with these hardships. And if you can't, well, tough luck, mate. We'll see you next time in next season's Snapdragon Pro Series, right? So, you've got to give it your best shot. But at least one team that's going to be looking pretty good about this one is going to be the side of BFB. Black Fireballs are looking good. They're already on the island, and they won't have to move around too much.
Oh, man. Emulate as well inside Novo, so they have a bit of an easy start to this game. No rotating required, as Tonoli, the pasta man from his side. Let's see if he can...
I'm not sure about the pasta man name, but... Pasta Man 30, maybe. Look, I think that's cooler. Everything's cool if you add 30 to it, you know? It's cool.
Let's see if we can... I was going to try and make some kind of pasta pun out of that outside of what I initially said. But I can't think of one at the moment. But yeah, Emulate, they're on the right path to have another strong result. I'm once again just continue to look at how teams are going to rotate into the military island. Screen Squad automatically going across the bridge on the eastern side. And No Value doing the same thing. Big Baby are spread around the Primorsk Ferry Pier area. Screen Squad, as far as you know, on that very first game, and we questioned them for it, they went early, but they had a strong southerly spread on that island. I'm wondering if any team will have done the VOD review and will remember the rotation and spread that Screen Squad had in that very first game. And if they do, especially Emulate, I'm looking at you guys, can maybe pick off the Screen Squad players one by one, because that spread in that very first game certainly opened that door up, just nobody took advantage of it.
The thing is, Scream Squad were not even the only team to... Sure, Scream Squad like took that spread a little bit to the extreme, but they were not the only team to do that. There was, like, I think, what, 3-4 teams in that exact location, like, occupying all of the southern coastline and cliffs of Snapdragon Island. So, if I look at that, and I'm VOD reviewing, and I'm seeing, like, all of those teams, I'm like, I'm not going there. That is a no-no square. I am not going in that spot. So, I would personally avoid it if I've done the personal VOD review around those positions. But if you see that as an opportunity, and your team that especially has nothing to lose right in Imperium, your only goal in mind is to get extra prize pool, and you're at the bottom of the rankings, this is an opportunity to get extra eliminations for free. So you got both ends of like the argument. And
yes.
If you're one of the top teams, I would not recommend it. If you're one of the lower ranked teams, if you want to give it a shot, feel free, go for it, go nuts.
Glad that they have your approval in that way. Big Baby sending themselves as a whole team a bit closer to that western bridge, but nothing that I would argue as a defense for the time being. Galaxy Conqueror looking to now send the whole team across that western bridge. Strong Union did the exact same thing that they did, I believe, in the very first game, and went for that direct rotation from the edge of the coastline over to the edge of the military island, and it's a absolutely spot on rotation in early parts of the game. Now Bax Esports looking to do the same thing, and again, familiar to game one, they did get a strong result from this rotation, and they overall got the better of Strong Reunion, if I remember, in that first game. Can they do the same again? But
the reason why they got themselves a good game on the first on the island finish was because the circle kept shifting to the northwestern side on the coast.
That's true.
They kept playing coast, they kept playing water, which I'm not saying is bad, but it was really helping them out. And I want to see in another situation, in another scenario, what would Bax do? Oh, I love this. Oh, no, I don't like this. Not anymore. He's going to try and take a little bit of a U-turn, but Damn, now everyone's going to look at this and they're never going to use the glider again. I hope you realize, Swagger, you ruined it for everyone.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, that's a bit much. Well, I mean, yeah. That is why gliders aren't played in competitive. There's 101 lesson there. What can I tell you?
Now, whoa. VP Prodigy have suffered a couple of knocks on that rotation across the Western Bridge.
Wait, what?
They are out of the game. They are out of the game. We have lost VP Prodigy. And they were coming into this game in 5th place. They are officially out of the running for a PMNC spot.
What has happened? What have we witnessed?
And
this was a team we said, like, they should qualify. No doubts in my mind, but it's as you said, it's over. It's done.
And who took them out? And you touched upon this a little bit when we talked about a different part of the island. A team that had nothing to lose, right? Yeah. So they played a bit more aggressively. They were maybe in a position that VP Prodigy, within reason, might not have expected them to be per se. And VP Prodigy got caught off guard. I do think it was an incredibly poor timing of that rotation on the Western Bridge. You're 7 minutes into the game? If you expect to get away with the bridge rotation 7 minutes into what is clearly a more defined military island finish, then you're asking to get punished, and they got punished in a big way.
So Nufka Island, the land of promise and the land of destruction. It ruins dreams and it creates opportunities. And in this case, it just completely crushed the dreams of VP Prodigy. As you mentioned, they're not going to be making it to their regional PMNC for the Western European region. So, yeah, I want to say unlucky rubber ducky, but I think it's a very solenoid moment. That's a word.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from. And I wonder how many teams have tracked that in the elimination feed. And when I say how many teams, I'm kind of thinking more specifically of Blackfire Beast, who were ahead of them in the overall standings, Unique, who were ahead of them in the overall standings, and the likes of Bax, who were behind them, and within reason, I suppose, First Angel, who were behind them as well, Strong Union, but most notably Bax, right? That allows them to at least get much closer to that top 3 European spot.
Oh, we'll have to see though. It's a little disappointed. I'm not gonna lie, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. That's what I can tell you right now. But the circle is about to close up, and the odds of it going back to mainland are very slim, and it is not going to go to mainland. It could side of Sunka Island, so team's gonna have to take that into account. Especially the mountains up northwest would be super valuable at this point in time. So teams like Bax could go there, Big Baby could go there. So I'm hoping that teams will see that option and try and play around it as much as possible. Though still on the mainland, a lot of action unfolding, and Snoopy has spotted out Panic with a PP Bison. Not a weapon to be much used at that type of range, but Strong Union also taking their own fight. Nice initial knock coming on through from Flakes. Nades are being traded back and forth. Jewelry, there's the backup Flakes, but the nades, we want to see some nades being used. They will be so good to push them out of these locations, but they're not going to be using them just yet. Random spray inside of the car. Nicely done with the AKM.
Oh my god.
Down to his last 3 bullets. Still have another player, and he gets spotted array. Jewelry is there to back him up. Flynn. Where's Flynn? Where is he? Can't even see him. Oh, he's right behind him. Okay, still got the backup then. That's good.
Strong Union need to win this fight. They're in 2nd of the Turkish teams, right? 8th place in total. No Value are only 6 points behind, right? The likes of Galaxy Conquer are only around 10 points behind them. They do have control of this engagement for sure. And if they can get themselves back up as a full squad, even better. But again, any casualty, any risky momentum could be the reason why they don't qualify for the PMNC.
Ah, man, you don't want to hear those words. You don't want to hear you have a chance of not qualifying to PMNC. That's going to be wrecking your morale. There you go. Trying to make no little audio cues, but Flynn's going to be punished for that one. Didn't have the weapon in hand, but that's what you get. Flex is there, trying to play the more background support player with that utility, while Jewelry's going for the side angle. Jewelry, that play is so good. Now you get the knock. Now you get a 2v1. It's not given yet. He's knocked away. Kiss you 2K. Jewelry is solo. It's a 1v1. This could be a massive upset, Imperium.
No.
Strong Union might just lose everything. Down to the 1v1. A little bit more HP in favor of Jewelry currently. He's trying to go for the res, and he knows it. Maybe he wants to try and wrap around. He's got the Uzi. Would be great in this type of situation. The nade is
nade.
He heard it. He can't go for the raise. That pin, if it was just a scammer away, is perfect. gets the damage. The
Confirmation.
flush is confirmed. Ronnie cannot be brought back from the dead. No, he's back in the cemetery.
Is he gonna go for the revive?
I think he's going to. I mean, he knows he didn't
No
get
way.
flushed. If he doesn't hear any movement, he's thinking he's maybe going for the res. He misclicked for a second there. That's 2 to 3 seconds
Oh,
lost.
no!
He's gonna get
No!
pushed. No, he must stop the res again! That's twice! Could have had a teammate with you, mate. Oh, Jewelry, no. Back and forth once again. He's going to get pushed onto the side. The flush is confirmed. And he's done!
No way!
Strong Union get absolutely obliterated. And that's the end of their adventure here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
SAE, Silent Assassins, have lived up to their team name. They've wiped out 2 squads in the final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series and possibly ripped a PMNC spot away from 2 teams. Guaranteed one in the form of VP Prodigy, but Strong Union, that position is at risk. They do have a 10-point gap over Galaxy Conqueror, right? Who are currently in that 3rd spot for the Turkish region.
I just
But
want to
man,
ask. I want to ask our
in
producer,
the
can we
4th
play
spot,
sad
should
music?
I say.
Can we play sad music right now? Like, I think this is the moment where we play sad music. Man, the upsets are big. Like, not for the podium, sure, but still.
And what did I say? One mistake, right? They had technical control of that engagement. And they let it slip. They let it slip in a big way. And we do need to get back to the circle shifts. And it's kind of ironic that the circles have shifted in a very similar direction on this last game as we saw in the first game. You couldn't ask for a better story. You couldn't ask for a better finish to this series.
Can ask for a better finish, but we're not there just yet. There's still some time. There's still about 15 minutes before we do ring the bell. Decide who our victors of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO will be. Ceylon a little bit surrounded by foes, a little bit too far on the front line for the side of DA. That nade looking good. A little bit of damage done. Just getting damage down to Angry Team, unfortunately. The ROM squad are coming in from behind. That pinch is going to happen, and I think they hear the cars. They 100% hear the cars. Angry Team, no, they cannot stay here. They need to leave, but unfortunately, they are punished by the side of Digital Athletics. That's one. That's a second. Potentially a third.
Oh, no.
But Peaky does get knocked away in the counterpart. Scarface just goes straight into the water, looking to try and survive. DA cannot afford any extra casualties here. They need to stand strong. They need extra eliminations. They need every point they can potentially get in this fight as they try and gatekeep the Eastern Bridge.
But so do ROM Squad, right? They're in the same situation as Dish Athletics. They're trying to hold on. Cody's is at least up and by the northern side of the bridge. There's ROM Squad on the other side. Kalashi of this side of Angry Team is putting them under pressure, but luckily for them, finally, Angry Team are eliminated. So just 2 teams on the northern bridge.
Oh, here you go. Galaxy Conqueror taking their own fight too. East one, here you go. Elimination onto the side. Demolate can't afford to go down. But Rumba, the clutch man, he's back on track. He gets the nice knocks and he's going for the res onto Leon. Definitely a play you want to have on your squad alive. But Rumba, this man, unstoppable today, Imperium.
And this is not good for Strong Union. This is not good for Strong Union at all. To in any way have seen or to see Galaxy Conqueror in the elimination feed gets him closer, elimination by elimination, to Strong Union spot. Like I said, no value are the 3rd place team, so there is that little bit of a cushion. Dish Athletics, another one of the Turkish teams fighting for that PMNC spot, along with ROM Squad. Time's ticking, boys. You can't survive much longer. Look how little meds you have on board, and the next time the circle pops, that blue damage becomes even harder to deal with.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one right on top of Big Baby. The team that's been struggling all event long might be able to get himself a chicken dinner to wrap things up and maybe get an extra few $100 in their pocket. Who knows? Scarface in his face once more. And he was the MVP of one of our previous games. He's been doing fantastic today, but will it be enough to push GA in a great position on the leaderboard? One thing I can tell right now is that's going to be confirming some extra elimination. The Blue Zone, though, does claim an elimination away from them. They're already up to 8 elims with 12 teams alive, Imperium. They're popping off.
bridge clustered along with a couple of other teams. I don't know exactly what's going on there. Yeah, you can see that they're swimming up. It's Black Sparks on the bridge, and you do have Bax Esports. Remember what they did? I talked about it already. In the very first game, they played on the coastline, and yeah, okay, one of their players is knocked, but I gotta say, definitely a good bit of control. Once again, being held down by Bax Esports.
Then very familiar territory, I can tell you that much, Imperium. No, Bax can he maybe make it down from that position on the bridge? Not sure.
Oh, there you go.
He gets it. He sniffed that one out, that's for sure. Doesn't even play a blend
more?
further distance. One good spray. Good accuracy, but unfortunately the range, distance a little bit too big, so that spray is not going to be doing too much work. Just going to scare them off for the time being. Now teams need to start thinking about their way to move into the circle, because this is a little bit slow. A lot of teams are locked into a fight, and it's really hard for them to stick themselves out of it.
The circle that we just seen, the phase 4, did center up away from the coastline, so certainly an unfamiliar part of the military island in terms of these circle endings. Silent Alliance go out, but they certainly went out with a massive bang, picking up 8 eliminations along the way and doing a couple of teams dirty in a big way. Black Sparks are still alive. They have all 4 players up. The revive came out with 0 eliminations so far and are not in the nicest of positions.
Man, I'm also really focused on Galaxy Conqueror. Like, they have a chance to take that spot away from Strong Union. Deer Valley's still alive. First Angel's still alive also. So it's all down to them. Can Galaxy Conqueror do a comeback? As I see, you know that only DA and Galaxy Conqueror have the chances of making it happen, still have the chops to make their dreams come true. There you go, Bax. Still able to get this res on their teammate. Snef does get knocked away, but it's potentially fine if they can finish this fight, or they can just go back to the compound and res their teammate, which I think is the most valuable option, and Snef is brought back to life. They're not in the circle. They've got to start thinking of where they're going to move and how.
Screen Squad made a great rotation, by the way, from that western coastline onto the hill that Black Sparks couldn't get onto because of how heavily they were pinched and slowed down by the likes of Bax Esports and First Angel. The top 3 teams in this lobby are still alive. That is, of course, Emulate, Screen Squad, and Unique Black. Fire Beast as well, also still holding the fort down. They have the center of the circle in this current shift with the likes of Big Baby in that compound to the north of them.
Oh, Bax pushing right into Unique, but they want to avoid it, but unfortunately they're going to suffer casualties on the way there. That's 1 player down. Potentially a second if they don't get out of that position fast enough. But they want to breach right into Big Baby's compound, but unfortunately for them, Big Baby have already set up shop. They got 2-2 split. The circle doesn't go there. Maybe they can keep on moving forward. Maybe they will be able to survive. 1 player gets knocked once more. Now Bax is down to a solo player, solo squad. Not two ways to close it off, but you never know. Maybe the heal-off strat will work out to try and get some extra placements. Wow, with the Org, spots our player. The trigger discipline is there. He's not going to give his information away.
As far as you know, Digital Athletics got confirmed to be out of this game, so their internal fight to make it in the top 3 of the Turkish teams has gone down. The circle shifted down to the southeast, which is great for Emulate, as well as Blackfire Beast, who disengaged away from their compound that was on the northeastern edge of the circle. And Galaxy Conqueror, I don't get why they aren't sending Musty to the rest of the team in that compound.
Yeah, he's going to have to do that eventually. You're not going to get much of this scouting. You know exactly where all the teams are fighting from. Here he goes, though. Bax was able to get the res of one of their teammates, pushing as a 2-man crew. How's this going to be working out? Here you go, inside the building. You need your teammate. No. One of them gets knocked away, and that's it for Bax. Eliminated from the game. Out in 9th. Still 2 eliminations for the count, but will it be enough to really climb up in the rankings? We'll have to see after this game. Unique now spotted away, and man, Big Baby playing this one aggressive. I wanted to see this beforehand, but I'm loving this.
Yeah. First Angel went out. They were your top performing Turkish team coming into this game, so technically the door is open for no value. Galaxy Conqueror and even Rom Squad to kind of make it into the game. I don't know if Rom Squad is still alive, actually. I think Rom Squad are out. My apologies, I missed that one. Angry Team are out as well. So, for the most part, despite First Angel going out early, their position in the Turkish PMNC should be secured.
Yeah, should be secured here. You're still going to be able to focus on the top teams from Western Europe. That's going to be a pretty integral storyline for the end of this game. But no value, can't really afford. I mean, they can. You know what? They pretty much qualified. with what we're seeing so far from this team. So as long as they get just
Yeah.
a few extra placement points and eliminations, they should be good to go, unless said otherwise. Scream Squad, though, currently standing in that second place, is 103.6 points behind. Emulate. Oh, that nade. No. Great nade coming out from the side of Big Baby, though, I do have to say. I'm trying to trade it back, but nice. Oh, double knock, actually, from the side of Scream Squad. Scream Squad going the entire way, though. Big Baby down to 2. Overlade and Ramon.
Oh,
Nice angle
beautiful.
from Overlade.
No way.
Oh,
He's
nice
still alive.
race. Literally almost still of HP. How is that allowed? Scream Squad will get eliminated at the end of the day, so their dreams of making it in first place are pretty much done and dusted because Emulate are still around the corner, Imperium.
I would argue their spot in the EU PMNC is at risk, right?
Oh, really?
BFB are still alive, and
Oh,
they're
yeah.
3 players strong.
And the circle
Unique are
goes their
still
way.
alive, and the circle goes their way. We could see one of the biggest
no.
upsets in PUBG Mobile competitive history. This is so close, and all they can do is stand by in the shadow their way. Big Baby get taken out. Blackfire Beast pick up their second elimination.
Oh, the no chicken dinner curse might be real with Imperium. Blackfire Beast picking up extra elimination every single second and still counting. They're going to have to think about how they're going to deal with all of these assaults of other teams. They want to aim for their position, though. Now, currently a fight with Black Sparks taking the fight to Unique is going to be unfolding. And Unique also in a position. They want to hold on to that podium finish. They want that extra prize pool, and they want to confirm that spot 100% to go for the PMNC for the Western European Conference. Though, are we going to see Musty finally join up with Galaxy Conqueror? We need to see that. We need to see him with the rest of his squad. But if Unique die, no one's going to contest it. He could get a perfect angle, and no one will be able to fight him back.
I think it's too late for him to do it. He's actually better off now playing on the northern side, giving information over to the rest of his team. It would be a wasted opportunity if he was going to look to join up as Black Sparks go out. We are left with our final 5 teams. That's Unique, Blackfire Beast, Galaxy Conquerors, Emulate, and No Value.
Oh, Unique is still on trying to pick up every elimination. It might be down to that tiebreaker in Pyramid. It is, in fact, that close at the top of the leaderboard. Unique, nice little angle. Analyst's going to be the one to get the knock now. They can try and maybe cross that road. If they cross the road, they'll be in such a good spot to take a fight later on versus the side of Blackfire Beasts. That's the intent. That'll be fine. RT, unfortunately, cannot be brought back to life. That's the end of his adventure. Good smoke road, going to block out a little bit of visibility. Could use more smokes, I'm not going to lie.
Look
They
at that
have
blue
no
zone
time,
damage,
they
though.
have no options. Just do a little bit of take damage. Spotted out by No Value at the side. How is he still alive? Toppit's tanking that one like a champ. Maybe not like a champ that much. Okay, he's gone. Unique eliminated, and opens up a spot. Imperium in the podium finish.
Oh my god. Blackfire Beasts. They were only 6 points behind Team Unique. And they're into the top 4. That's a guaranteed 8 points minimum, never mind the eliminations that they've got. I know Unique got a couple, but at the end of the day, the top 3 for the EU PMNC is absolutely down to bare minimum. No Value looking to secure their spot. They're into the top 3s. Emulate go down a 4th.
Our back-to-back ranked champions here, able to get himself 2 chicken dinners back-to-back throughout these 2 days of play. Might be able to get himself a 3rd here to close off the day and secure themselves a spot in the podium finish. BFB, Blackfire Beasts are the team to win, and they have everything to lose if they cannot secure this one. But on the other side of the spectrum, Imperium, for the Turkish side, Galaxy Conqueror need to get themselves a win in hopes to secure a spot for PMNC Turkey. This is so many fights, so many action. Who's going to be able to get themselves the win at the end of the day? The question has yet to be answered.
Blackfire Beast came into this game, Max, as only a 3-person team as well. If their challenge wasn't made worse, and by God have they adapted to, by God have they survived, and you know what? A little bit of circle luck, you won't go amiss with that.
There's No Value go out here. Galaxy Conqueror will have a chance to actually overtake their position. And also the side of Strong Value. Strong Value did get eliminated way early in this game. At least 6 eliminations for the side of No Value, meaning that No Value have actually overtaken the side of Strong Union in points, I believe. So they should be safe. It's all on Galaxy Conquerors now. And if they can make it further, drops on down. Xixia's going to be punished for that one. Throws the one to get it. Man, every elimination the BFB can secure for themselves is absolutely huge. It's tremendous assault on the top 3 podium.
2 placement points difference between third and second, 3 placement points difference between second and third, and 5 placement points difference between first and third. And every single one of those points, Max, you know it, I know it, the audience know it, they count.
Okay, good nade throw. A lot of damage, actually, surprisingly enough. Panther, nice try. Even puts him down to 1/3 HP. Rumba, you don't want to mess with Rumba, though, Imperium. Rumba and Leon have been the clutch guys of this tournament. Give them an inch. They're going to take a mile. That's it. Rumba with the buggy, ready to go for the push eventually. Send it up inside of that smoke wall. One player just jumps out. Rumba! Whoa! My man taking a risk there. Lucky enough doesn't get knocked, but what was that about?
You don't get rewarded if you don't take risks, and he had to try and get an element of information with all the smokes that are being laid out.
Oh, the knock's going to come through. I see it happening there with that nade, and the nade does connect, and that's it for no value. They get eliminated. It's a battle for the chicken dinner of game number 10, and I do believe it is BFB Blackfire Beast to secure himself the 10th and final chicken dinner, and will be the only team to get 3 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series here in Imperium. What a finish from the guys, and also, I believe, securing himself a position on the podium finish.
It's a storyline that we couldn't have asked for any better, right?
Perfect.
We go back to the start of yesterday, and we had a military island finish in which Scream Squad screamed their way into a strong result, a strong performance. Kind of gave us a taste of what they're capable of. But let's be fair, in today's games, I had made note that there had been a slip down in performance. And in that final game, that push on the big baby, that squadron that went against them, that could be the reason why they don't make it to the EU PMNC, and have probably been at least being kicked out of the, most likely being kicked out of the top 3, and therefore most likely the EU PMNC. It's so close, and wow, Blackfire Beast doing what they needed to do.
And as you said at the end of that game, right, Imperium, as a 3-man crew, got to keep that in mind, as a 3-man crew on sort of enough guy finish, they drop there, it is their home turf, and they take the win, going to show that they knew the terrain, they knew those positions, they knew how to play it, and how to pace things at the very end, and do get himself their 3rd chicken dinner once again of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the European Conference here by PMCO. And the question stands now. It was so close for a lot of these teams. Some teams that got eliminated early still got a few extra points. That might be the difference maker. The top 3 podium potentially completely changed thanks to that finish from PFB, and also you need getting an extra few placement points. Were the side of SSQ, were the side of Scream Squad kicked out actually of the top 3 podium finish? So many questions that we need to answer very, very soon.
That's
I can't wait to see how it's going to be working out. And don't forget that right after this break, we're going to know which 6 teams will be qualifying for their regional PMNC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the
The
gold medal.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Blackfire Beasts are able to bookend the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO with an absolutely banger of a chicken dinner here. And man, as a three-man crew, Imperium on Solnuvka finish, great to see, but the question does stand. How have the overall rankings changed after this final game?
I'm excited to watch, and no, you are not looking at replays from the very first game. We did indeed have a little bit of a similar circle ending as we did in the first game. Definitely in terms of military island, but it did shift towards the center on that kind of phase 4, and that did put some teams in a bit of a loop. This is the fight that we saw between a number of Turkish teams trying to fight for the Turkish PMNC spot, and realistically none of them came out on top because of how long it took for them to close out the engagements.
Yeah. And that fight in particular was the moment where I would say the dream was alive for Digital Athletics to maybe kickstart their ascension and to maybe barely able to secure themselves a spot for the Turkish teams in their respective regional PMNC. Didn't quite work out, unfortunately for them. They did end up losing a fight right after that one, so it's very unfortunate. See for DA, but you know what? I'm sure we'll see a lot more of them regardless. But Imperium, there's a lot of things that happen in that game, and the question that we have to answer right now is how many points were taken home by some of these teams in the ranking, and especially towards the top. So we're going to be looking at the round rankings here this time around for our last game here, the Snapdragon Pro Series for the European region, and 20 points nicely rounded out by Blackfire Beast. And once again, that is as a three-man crew on their homeland of Solnuvka Island, and they played it absolutely beautifully until the very end.
I'm not going to say how many points that puts Blackfire Beast on in total, because that's up to the overall standings to show us, but I gotta say it puts them in a good spot. Now, Unique getting 9 points themselves does put a lot of doubt, and once again adds to the mix of who will be the three teams going on to the European PMNC. The one thing we gotta highlight though is Emulate once again doing exactly what they needed to do: get a consistent amount of points, secure their spot, and just show us that they have what it takes to just get the points required. 9 in that final game for themselves.
Yeah, I do have to say though, we have to focus on Galaxy Conqueror pretty heavily also, right? Because Galaxy Conqueror currently was aiming to be in that top 3 of the Turkish teams, which with an 18-pointer game and compared to where the other teams around them were, I think that might have been enough to push himself in 3rd place. So I think right behind No Value, And I think that means Strong Union get pushed out of the top 3 of the Turkish conference. So it's purely speculation. It depends on how many points are really taken home by Strong Union and No Value. That's going to be the big question. But I'm not seeing him on the first page right now for the side of Strong Union. So I think for them, it might be over. And we can see Strong Union only getting home 3 points. And I think those 3 points might not be enough. We'll have to confirm on the rankings, but it is seeming a little bit too close for comfort here, Imperium.
Oh my god. So Screen Squad was at least able to get themselves 4 points. Is that enough for them to make it into the EUS PMNC? Man, it's going to be close. We say it all the time, and tournament after tournament after tournament that we are part of, that we commentate, Max, it always comes down to those final couple of points. And if Scream Squad have done it, by God, have they scraped by, because those 4 points,
yeah,
man, that left it close.
Yeah, I gotta give also respect to the IGL, which is Foops, man, that's been doing great, in terms of directing the team. Luxus was talking about it earlier. So big heads up to them and their extreme consistency throughout this tournament from day 1 into day 2. But man, VP Prodigy, that 0, that hurts. That really hurts. And it is a team that had a chance, to potentially make it up there, but dying early like that is just not gonna work out for them. Though, before we do check out who actually qualified for their respective PMNC, it's time to look out who was the MVP of this final game, number 10 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. And I'm hearing the MVP is not working, so you're not going to have it. You guys are not nice in the chat. Imperium. You said Imperium show was not good, so
Phil, could you at least tell us? Phil, his favorite, tell us.
Spoiler us. Oh my god, no, it's fine.
No,
we'll see.
Phil, no.
But at the end of the day, Imperium, we're all focused on which are going to be the teams making in their regional PMNC, right? And we're going to have to see. We're going to take a little bit of time, but I was going to say speculation-wise, but you've already potentially done a little bit of the math, so I feel like you would be biased if I asked you.
I have a very strong idea from
a strong opinion,
math, and I know I'm pretty decent at quick math, unlike you. I definitely have a strong idea of who's made it through.
Yeah, but at least one thing we do have to say though before we do go in the overall rankings, right, is that no matter who qualified, we are very impressed with what all of these 16 teams have brought to the table, and no matter who makes it through to PMNC for Turkey or to PMNC for Western Europe, I'm really hyped to see what these new blood teams will be able to bring to the table in future official PUBG Mobile Esports events. But Imperium, it is now time to look at the overall rankings, and just to keep that suspense, we're going to start at the bottom for teams who, for most of them, have not qualified. But what I'm seeing right now, Imperium, for Galaxy Conqueror in 9th with 76 points, Strong Union below them, Rom Squad below them, Digital Athletics below them, meaning the Galaxy Conqueror have officially made it for PMNC Turkey as they qualify in the very last match.
That is incredible. It couldn't have left it until the final moments even more. And 76 with a chicken dinner, 27 eliminations, 49 placements. They certainly relied a little bit too heavily on those placement points. Not always in a bad way. However, I think not being more aggressive stopped them from, getting more points, and it was their own worst enemy in a lot of ways. But fair play to them, and good effort by Strong Union. In the end, they just went out, and that little bit of a hesitation from Jewelry and just call it confusion at the end of the day was a change of guard. It was the reason why they didn't make it through.
Yeah, that pressure sometimes will do or undo teams, and in this case it did not work out for Strong Union, unfortunately. But you know what, still had some good results throughout this tournament, and sure, we'll see them back in the saddle once again. Though, moving up the page, and we're not going to be able to see our top 3 teams right now for the overall rankings, because we want to have that suspense to see who's going to be able to qualify. But we do know, for the Turkish teams, the other teams that did make it, we're going to be the side of No Value and First Angel. But my thing is we saw some teams getting kicked out of the top 3. VP Prodigy, not there anymore. Unique, not there anymore. That top 3 is in fact going to be different, Imperium.
Unique came so close. So close. They got themselves a chicken dinner throughout a good amount of placements, talking to the players, and they knew that they could do better. You could argue they did better, at least in that Sanhok game where they got themselves a chicken dinner in the second last game. But when push came to shove, in that final match, it wasn't enough. heartbreak indeed. Lets you, I'd say, who has made the top 3?
Yeah, because you know all these top teams are going to be European, Western European teams, so they're all qualified. Bax Esports, VP Prodigy, and Unique did not make it to the following PMNC. But who has? That's the question. In third place, we will find themselves a team that's been consistently able to get some results time and time again throughout the tournament. It is Scream Squad Imperium. A little bit scary. That's only a 2-point difference that we have right now. Then almost perfect 50-50 split of eliminations and placements also. Scream Squad have been looking amazing, and this is a team that we've seen for the very first time and has already impressed us. Imagine what this team can do with months, potentially even a year's experience in the esports scene, and they can keep on improving in the long term.
A lot of potential, and they did impress us in a lot of ways. The obvious thing that stands out for me, and I know that you think the same, is the lack of chicken dinners in these finals, right? And yes, they deserve to make it to PMNC because they got into third place and they got the relevant results required. However, if you're not able to close out games, if you're not able to get that all-elusive first place in games, you're really going to hit that brick wall sooner than you think. So congrats to Scream Squad, but you know what you need to work for leading into PMNC.
Exactly. PMNC is going to be the next objective for these teams, but who are going to be the teams to join up with Scream Squad in PMNC for the Western European Conference? In second place, we will be finding the side of Black Fire Beast with 3 chicken dinners Imperium and a total of 110 points, but at the end of the day, it does not matter because Emulate, with a total of 118 points and 1 chicken dinner, will become your champions here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO.
Congratulations to Emulate, topping the standings. They were confident, they were concise, they were consistent, especially in day 2. After they'd put up all the hard work, were able to hold on to the shack of dreams in the very first game to grab themselves their one and only chicken dinner, Max. And from there, it just ramped up. 118 points, 8 points ahead of Blackfire Beasts.
Yeah, and these they had some topsy-turvy results from time to time, but at the end of the day, if they have a bad game, they back it up with a good game right after, and that's all that matters. If you're able to pick yourself back up when you're at your lowest, these are teams that are worthy of not only becoming champions here of the Snapdragon Pro Series, but also are worthy to make it further in the PUBG Mobile esports scene. Next up, it's going to be PMNC for the Western European Conference for these top 3 teams of Emulate, Blackfire Beast, and Scream Squad. The question is, how will they perform in their respective tournament? Because PMNC, to say Imperium, is a completely different beast from what we've witnessed in this tournament.
Congrats to the teams that have made it through to their respective regions, and the journey that you've been on so far. And the competition is only about to get hotter.
Yeah, and we have the chance to be joined by one of the players of the winning team of the side of Emulate, and is going to be the player of... He's back once again. It's going to be Lucifer, and Lucifer, going to test it again. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Well, already I do want to say to you, Lucifer, congratulations for taking that first place and taking home that $8,000 in the tournament. How are you and the team feeling right now?
Oh, we feel splendid. You have no idea right now.
I can imagine. So you guys have been doing absolutely fantastic day after day after day. So I wanted to know, are your results in line with what your expectations were? Like, did you expect coming to this tournament, like, that you would be at first place and qualifying to PMNC? Like, is this what you were hoping for and you made it happen?
Well, we were hoping for this, but we were, uncertain of the results that might end up on the final day of the last game. But hopefully, it just went all according to the plan from the third last game. So we are like, okay, fine. We just need to cop up, grab those minimum required, survival points, and maybe, just the bare minimum points, so we can just top the table.
And that's what I was wondering. What was the team's game plan coming into today? Because with the top 5 or 6 teams, give or take, coming into today's games being from the European region, you always knew that that threat of being pushed out was looming over your heads. So how did you and the team deal with that in today's games?
Well, talking about the pressure, it was one hell of a task handling that, because we did had some allegations put up against me, especially in the third game of Erangel.
Okay.
So it was quite a difficult one because the entire, all the 16 teams out there, we were the one, and the rest of the 15 teams, they were just above our backs, pushing us down, talking trash about us that we have been hacking and this and that. I know there was a mental pressure and that was built up on the entire game, and we were just trying to relieve that thing off our shoulders and not make any mistake, not get into that mode, and not let the thing get on top of us, and just perform the way we wanted to, play a natural game. And that worked out quite well, and we had the utmost support of our IGL, because he was the one pushing the team the entire time. So he was on our backs, what to do, what not to do, at what moment are you gonna just hold what spots, and he was just back on our backs, pushing us each and every moment, that you had to play best of your game and the results will come automatically.
I mean, hey, you know what? Speculation is speculation. All that really matters are results, and you guys definitely pulled through when it comes to results. So congratulations once again, Lucifer. But I would love to know now, because now you took the first place, take home the $8,000. Now your next objective, your next tournament is going to be PMNC, which is a lot higher skill level than what we've had so far in this tournament. What are your goals now that you have in mind, now that you know as a fact you qualified for the PMNC?
Well, on the first note, we need to, work on a lot of aspects in our game. We need to, adapt to the changes according to the game, at every map, like every match has a different scenario. And, we need to adapt to different changes, because we have been playing our, baseline game the entire time. So I think we need to, look out for some changes that we might, put into the good side of our games. And work out new strategies, make use of the entire terrain and the maps, and maybe all that information experience that we have grabbed from this PMCO finals and all the previous matches. So hopefully we'll be doing good, and it's just the time that tells you what's going to happen. So we are quite determined to perform well.
Yeah, and of course you'll be hoping to qualify for PMPL, I do guess. Though, I do have a last question for you right now. What would you like to say to all of the fans of Emulate out there that have been supporting you, Lucifer, and your team throughout the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and that helped you make it in the first place?
Well, first of all, I would like to, thank all of our friends and families, and, all those people who are out there, supporting us on the live stream, sitting at home, watching the entire streams, even though they went in the comment sections or the live chat. But yes, they were there supporting us. Heartily thank you. We respect all of you guys, and we love you for supporting us. And hopefully we won't let you down in the further stages of this entire thing. And keep supporting us, and, things will go good.
So wholesome. Love to see it. Well, once again, Lucifer, thank you so much for joining us with the interview. Congratulations on that first place, and best of luck in your PMNC adventure. Can't wait to see what you guys will pull off over there.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic to hear, and it feels so nice. And I even saw him with like the thumb socks or whatever you call them. Like my man's a real gamer. He's a real global gamer. He's committed. Yeah.
Ball socks. And what I love is when you asked him about kind of the goals with PMNC, he was so kind of straight to the point of what him and the team need to work on. And I think that's a big sign of a player and a team that will go places, right? Yeah, okay, they should enjoy the moment and they should enjoy this success in a big way. But the second you kind of stop looking ahead and the second you stop thinking you need to improve is the second you start going backwards. So I really appreciate that. And another thing I want to point out is when he touched upon his IGL and what he did with the whole team throughout the finals, it's just a big kind of backup on how important a good IGL makes to the team's mentality, to the team's focus, and to the team's performance. So well done to Lucifer and the whole of the Emulate team. It was such a performance across the 10 games.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And as the time goes on, as the tournaments end, we already have it finished for Africa. We have it finished for also North America. Now we have it finished for Europe. We have most of our teams already locked for the following PMNC of this season. 12, in fact, have already been decided. But you got to keep in mind, still going to be 3 more slots remaining, and that's going to be for the MENA region. And that's going to be happening tomorrow, Imperium. Same time, same place. And intrigued to see which are going to be the 3 teams making it up there. But one thing for sure, like, focusing back onto the European scene, right? I think we can both agree, Imperium, and hopefully a lot of people at home are also going to agree that we have some massive upsets in terms of like what the expectations were
Definitely.
going into the tournament with some of the big names that were in the tournament and what actually happened. Going to show that even players that have never played in competitive before, they have that skill, they have that strong IGLing and strong like team communication and synergy that we love to see in strong teams in PUBG Mobile Esports. They make it through, and really I hope to see some of these players that we saw in this tournament in the next following PMPL of next year, because
Definitely.
I truly believe their potential is there and they can make it grow in the future.
Players have to start somewhere. We've seen players from the PMCO we commentated in 2019 make it to the big stages in 2020 and 2021 and moves on forward. That's why I love tournaments like this, because we get to see the beginning of a successful player or a successful team or a successful roster. So I really look forward to seeing how far the qualifying teams can take themselves.
Yeah, of course, but that's going to be about it for us, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, do not forget that this entire tournament would not be possible without the players at home, without you guys at home in particular, but also without Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They have been sponsoring and supporting this tournament every single day, and without them, winning would not be possible. And technically, if we didn't have them, I don't think the 3 chicken dinners would have been possible for Blackfire Beasts, so something to keep in mind. Maybe the reason why they got those 3 juicy chicken dinners. But that's going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much for checking out today's broadcast. Imperium, don't know if you have any few final thoughts to close off with?
Just thank you to the production crew, thank you to yourself, and thank you to all the fans and the teams. It was amazing to see all these teams perform.
Nice, neat, sweet, and snappy. Love to see Imperium. But we are going to be meeting up once again tomorrow for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. Is going to be tomorrow, same time, same place. Join us over there. And with that said, we'll catch you next time on the flip side.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Now scoop first where your homies at. Cause my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth.